has started. This meeting is now being recorded. You will now rejoin the meeting.
That's the curse.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. Karen, will you please call the roll?
Chair Beverly C.
Here.
Vice Chair Alex Martins.
Here.
Trustee Ken Bradley.
Here.
Trustee Joseph Conti.
Here.
Trustee Danny Gaikwad.
Just walking in.
Trustee Kyler Gray.
Here.
Trustee Carol McAlpin. Trustee Harold Mills.
Good to see you.
Here.
Trustee Michael O'Cady.
Here.
Trustee William Self.
Here.
Trustee John Sproles. Trustee David Walsh.
Here.
Trustee William Yergin. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have any public comments?
There were no requests for public comments.
Joe, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Great. Okay, the minutes for the November 6, 2019, November 14, 2019, December 16, 2019, and January 17, 2020 board meetings were included in your materials today. Also included were the board retreat minutes for May 17th and November 20th, 2019. Any corrections? Okay,
Madam Chairman, I'd move the approval of the minutes as presented to us.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The minutes are approved. So, do we have someone online? Trustee online? No? Okay. Before I invite President Seymour to make his remarks, I'd like to formally welcome our new trustees.
All right, buddy.
Well, you're supposed to wait till I tell you who they are.
Well, we're happy.
Okay. Trustee Michael O'Cady and Trustee Carol McAlpin. Will you please join me and Interim President Seymour for a photo and presentation of a Pegasus pen? Oh, wait.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you again, and welcome to UCF's Board of Trustees. We're very happy that you're here, and you've already been quite impressive with your level of commitment, and I look forward to working with both of you. Okay. So, Interim President Seymour, you're recognized for your remarks.
Thank you, Chair C, and good morning, trustees.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and particularly to our newest trustees. As I've said before, transitions are not times for passive stewards, which is why I really want to commend this board for your actions and the work of our leadership team over the past few months. We're involved in a whole range of initiatives that are moving us forward, and we're making tough but necessary decisions that will impact our future, I believe, in a very positive way. I'm glad we'll be digging into several of those topics today, and I'm including work from our Enrollment Strategy Task Force and the conversations that we need to have about how to best align UCF's resources for the success of our students. There's no doubt that our university has seen its share of challenges, particularly during the past several weeks. This has been quite a start to our calendar year, but we also know that UCF is much more than who we are, even on our most challenging day. The work of our faculty, staff, and students proves that. So before we get into what I'm sure will be robust discussions on several emerging and important issues, I want to share just a few highlights from the past few weeks that I believe really embody the best of UCF's mission and the impact that we're having. For me, these are the accomplishments and the stories who really tell who we are. First, our faculty. UCF welcomed its 7th National Academy of Engineering faculty member, which is a great accomplishment for us. Carolina Cruz Niera is a computer scientist known worldwide as a pioneer in virtual reality and interactive visualization. She joined UCF because of our national reputation in modeling and simulation, and because of our adept work in partnerships. With computer vision and augmented reality, distinctive disciplines at UCF, Dr. Cruz Niera will help strengthen our research and our students' experiences in this growing field. Another great piece of evidence of the progress we're making. Interim Provost Johnson mentioned this at the last EPC meeting, but it bodes, I think, recognition here also. At least 10 of UCF's young faculty members will receive early career awards from the National Science Foundation this year, which is a UCF record. These highly competitive awards are given to scientists starting out in their career because of their potential to serve as national role models in their fields. And in fact, nationally, UCF is among the top 20 public universities in the number of these prestigious awards in a 2-year period. So congratulations to our faculty members. This week, one of the highlights of the last few days, I had the pleasure of calling our next class of Pegasus Professor and Reach for the Stars faculty members. I'm not going to announce those awardees yet, but I will say I was absolutely blown away by the impact they are having and by their work across a wide range of fields. It's an inspiring reminder of the talent that we have on this campus, and I certainly hope you'll join us in recognizing them on Founders Day at our celebration on April 1st. While I was reviewing faculty nominations, while I was doing that, Katie, my wife, sat on the committee to select our next Order of Pegasus students. As you know, this is UCF's most prestigious student award. And she came home every night over the moon excited about the applications she was reading and ultimately the interviews that they held with and the caliber of these students is absolutely remarkable. On Tuesday, we notified our new Order of Pegasus class, 24 students representing academic excellence and service across campus. These students are in health sciences, public administration, optics and photonics, English majors, and more, including 2 student athletes in football and volleyball and 3 direct connect transfers, all with an average GPA of 3.88. They're an impressive group, and I look forward to introducing them to you at the next meeting. But I'd like to jump the gun just a little bit and introduce one of those who's sitting to my right, Kyler Gray, one of our Pegasus awardees. As accomplished as our students are, it's important to recognize the many individuals who've had a hand in their success. If you spent any time with our student support staff, you know how dedicated they are to helping our students excel in and outside the classroom and making UCF their home. That's why I'm so pleased with the national recognition of our efforts in the publication Diverse Issues in Higher Education, the issue last week, which highlights our brother-to-brother mentoring program for underrepresented students. A copy of the article is in your packets. I applaud particularly the work of Wayne Jackson and Dr. Jeremy Jones in UCF's multicultural academic and support services, especially in their efforts to raise retention and graduation rates among African American and Hispanic students. Both are recognized leaders in developing programs that help students with professional networking and leadership training, as well as prepare and support them with job searches. I love the quote from one of the students in the magazine article, which I recommend to you, Alexander Dorsey Tarpley, a sophomore, who had Dr. Jones as a mentor. Alex said, the program, quote, provides a community of brotherhood that you can join so that you really get to know yourself and find a community with like-minded people, even people who are not like you, but willing to support you in the long run. I love that because I think it really speaks to who we are at UCF as we break down barriers and help all of our students succeed. And last week, the Mass Office, as I mentioned, which I mentioned, also was selected for the 2019-2020 National Association of Student Personnel Administrators Excellence Excellence Bronze Award for Equity, Inclusion, and Social Justice programs for its Collegiate Male Institute, which focuses on building academic skills and leadership while increasing four-year graduation rates. These recognitions that we seem to achieve and highlight our work are further evidence of the mission, which is giving each student the tools and platforms they need to realize their dreams. And the steady recognition that our team is getting is a great point of pride for all of us. You may recall also that I mentioned this a couple meetings ago. We were a finalist for APLU's Degree Completion Award last year for closing the gap in graduation and retention rates among African American and Hispanic students. So this work that has been going on for many years is really showing results and being recognized nationally. And in addition, we have a number of other initiatives underway that will help us make even more progress. Among them is the Provost realignment of a new division focused exclusively on student success by improving our advising and analytics and focusing on major readiness for our transfer students, a topic we'll address a little bit later when we talk about enrollment. I'd also like to recognize the new leader of that division, Dr. Theodora Regina Berry, our Vice Provost for Student Learning and Academic Success and Dean of the College of Undergraduate Studies. Dr. Berry, would you please stand so we can recognize you? Dr. Berry joined us last month from San Jose State University, where she was a professor and chair of the Department of African American Studies. We're absolutely thrilled to have you on our team, Dr. Berry, and we look forward to supporting and following your work in this new and important division to our future. And finally, in keeping with the theme of student success, I'd like to end my remarks with a quick update on UCF's performance funding and preeminence metrics, which is something that we are all highly focused on and have had great success over the last few years. This report is preliminary, and you'll see the final at our next meeting, but we believe that we'll end up with about the same points in performance funding, and we're predicting 8 metrics achieved for preeminence for the second year in a row. And a few of those highlights are positive gains in academic progress rate, four-year graduation, first-year retention, percentage of degrees without excess credit, and research expenditures. We'll provide an in-depth update in the April meeting during the board's review and approval of our accountability plan. But I just want to commend the entire team throughout this important transition year and staying focused on what really matters. And those measures not only define our and celebrate our success, they are tightly tied to state funding. So I appreciate everybody's focus there. And then I would lastly like to recognize one other leader among us. Chair C was selected this week as the 2020 Woman in Defense Service to the Flag awardee for industry. She was nominated by Central Florida's Women in Defense chapter for this national honor, and a very prestigious one. Congratulations, Bev. This is a really well-deserved recognition of your career of service on behalf of the industry and women in that industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Thad.
And that concludes my remarks.
Great. Well, thank you, Thad, and thank you for acknowledging all the notable talent we have at this wonderful university at all levels. It really reminds us of why we're here and why we're doing everything we can to make this the best that we can be. So thank you for your leadership. Okay, so next on our agenda is the presidential search update. And we'll start out with the presidential evaluation criteria, and it requires board approval. As outlined in the Board of Governors Presidential Search and Selection Regulation, a search committee is responsible for developing recommended position criteria that are consistent with the institution's mission, strategic plan, and aspirational goals. This position criteria must be approved by the Board of Trustees, and the criteria will be used to determine the applicants to be interviewed by the search committee, and will also be used by this board when selecting a final qualified candidate as president-elect for recommendation to the Board of Governors for confirmation. At its July 18, 2019 meeting, the Board of Trustees adopted a leadership statement that's guided the committee's charge and overall marketing efforts for the presidential search. At its February 12, 2020 meeting, the search committee reviewed and provided feedback on an expanded list of criteria that was developed under the broader characteristics included in the board's leadership statement. Today, the trustees are asked to consider if the proposed evaluation criteria align with the broader characteristics included in that leadership statement. To allow for committee discussion, I ask for a motion to approve the evaluation criteria as presented.
So moved.
I would second that, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Floor is open for board discussion. Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment. I really want to commend the search committee for their real engagement in creating this document. For anyone who hasn't been able to be at the committee's meetings or to watch them or listen to them in any way, this committee is really, really engaged. And every single individual has made comment and added to this document along the way. And I'd also, like to commend Alberto Pimentel, for his leadership in helping us to create this. I mean, this document clearly is a compilation of all of the feedback that we got in the listening sessions, the online survey, and all the expertise that we have around the committee table. So I just want to commend the committee for their engagement because, in my opinion, this is a fabulous document that it really took a lot of work on behalf of everybody involved.
Thank you. I'd also like to give credit to one of our faculty members, Juan Zindan, from the College of Medicine. He looked at what we initially presented and offered some research that demonstrated organizing principles that would make it easier for us to evaluate these potential candidates. And so anyway, I wanted to point out that the committee's been very engaged and our entire faculty, students, community, staff, everyone has been involved in helping the committee work on making this a lot easier for all of us because it's all collated and organized, and we found that there was a lot of consistency across the recommendations. So I think we're in a good place, and I feel really good about where we're going with this search. Yes.
Madam Chairwoman, as you know, our Comp and Labor Committee also reviewed it for purposes to come after the president being here for evaluatory purposes, and I think I can speak for myself, but certainly can't speak for the committee. But I think in general, everybody thinks this is a very good direction that we're going.
Thank you, Trustee Bradley. Any other comments? So, okay. So let's see then. Let's see. Did Trustee Bradley, did you make the motion?
No,
Oh, you made the
Vice
motion.
Chair
I'm
Martins
sorry.
did, and I seconded it.
Oh, you second. Okay. Would you please restate the motion, or do you want me to restate it for you? To approve the evaluation criteria as presented and for staff to, well, there's no feedback, so we're good. So,
Called vote?
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Great. Motion carries. All right. Next. So during the January 17th, 2020 Board of Trustees teleconference meeting, I requested that Trustee Joseph Conti lead the transition plan for the incoming president, asking that he review the existing transition plan and recommend any updates to the full board. Trustee Conti, will you please provide a presidential transition plan update?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Very early stages of discussion have occurred, and the general focus of the transition will include global concepts that address the immediate needs of the university. The strategy for the transition will take into consideration the activities that will dominate the first 30 to 60 days of the presidency. Indication of key areas for the period will be to quickly bring the new president in line with what the university needs to focus on and to address in initial meetings. Key to the successful introduction of the new president is to have a transition strategy that includes internal and external activities, both seen to be significant areas of focus. Building confidence while recognizing the limitations of the initial transition period will be a great source of conversation and plan development. Initial discovery will be discussed as part of the strategy and will include the challenges of knowing the priorities and how to communicate first steps to the different audiences. The initial audiences, as mentioned, will be both internal and external. The UCF leadership groups, faculty groups, student groups, and administrative groups will all be given an initial message of confidence with a high-level priority discussion. The external audience will include legislator and/or staff, health commissioner, bureaucratic budget staff, and the like. The BOG will have met the new president as candidate, but transition meetings with certain BOG members will be part of the plan. Since it is very early in the transition plan development, the final concepts of focus will be fully vetted and incorporated into the plan. It is very important that this transition period instill confidence to the audiences. It is equally important that it does not include messages with deep detail, but instills with confidence that the needs of the university are being assessed, how that assessment will occur, and how and when the action will follow. There are many discussions to be had in the development of the transition plan. Old plans, current priorities, identification of high-impact first impression meetings, and many other aspects will be considered for the pivotal period for this new president. Very early discussions and development of the plan.
Great. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
And thanks again for volunteering.
Volunteering,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think they call it voluntold.
Yeah.
Okay. So continuing with our agenda, we have 2 information reports this morning. The emerging issues we're discussing today will lay a successful foundation for a new president who, with the support of the board, will need to make difficult decisions about the university's future. Today, we're focusing on our enrollment strategy because decisions made in this area not only affect the academic enterprise, but are fundamental to the financial health of the institution. As we continue to evaluate our financials, I want the board to have a clear understanding of the revenue sources of the university. As we onboard a new president, the strategic direction from the board will need to consider our revenue sources and focus on how we can grow the areas that are within our control. And this topic begins with that discussion. I'd like to share this slide. Do we have a slide? This slide outlines UCF's operating revenues for the past year. I also want to give credit to Mike Kilbride, because every time I need a slide, he seems to be able to make magic happen, and there it is. And I was giving him new direction last night on it. So this is the past 5 years. You can see our largest source of revenue, the top line, comes from state appropriations, which is largely outside of our control. Okay? Our second largest source of funds comes from student tuition and fees, which is directly connected to our enrollment strategy. And you can see that the other sources, grants and contracts, auxiliary, our investment income, and then the foundation and other operating revenues are about the same, so they're kind of overlaying each other. But look, it takes all 4 of those bottom lines just to hit the tuition. So I wanted to make it clear how important enrollment strategy is, because this is where the money comes from. And if anything happens to that very top line that's out of our control, we need to be really focused on these others. And so in the future, we'll talk more about how we increase those bottom 4 lines. But today, I asked Bill to moderate this discussion, and I believe Thad will be presenting as well. So Bill, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair C. So as charged by the chair in the executive committee, first of all, I was not on the task force for enrollment management, so I want to state that. But that was former trustee Garvey that was included on the task force. But having said that, I was able to obtain all the materials from all of the task force meetings, to review that material, to meet with President Seymour multiple times with the leadership. And I've developed a series of comments on understanding the issue. Also looked out externally from UCF to look at enrollment management strategy broadly in the national picture. So I'm going to hold that. So I've got a little bit of understanding I want to describe to the board. The report is going to be in line with what President Seymour presents in the slides. So I'm going to let him take over soon to go through the slides so we can have a really vibrant discussion. And then I'm going to make sure I come back and cover things that may or may not have been put into detail there in the report. And then finally, I've got a series of advice, because that was the three, was to dive in, to look at the report, and then to advise the board. So I've got a series of about 6 recommendations that I'm going to make. Some of them may end up becoming, motions and things like that. But I'd like to do most of that at the end of the high-level summary that President
good.
Seymour is going to do. So,
Great.
yep,
Thank you, Bill.
yep.
So sorry to hear from me so much at the beginning of the meeting, but I'll shut up after this. But this is a really important topic. It's something you'll remember, those of you who were on the board last year, we undertook last spring, recognizing that enrollment strategy is critical to who we are and fundamental to the economics of a university, and how we make strategic trade-off decisions in that enrollment work is central to defining our future. And so we assembled a task force last April, and I'd like to, first of all, thank that team that worked extremely hard and give you some of the highlights of some of their findings. And then I think in some ways it answers some questions, and it also tees up really important ones for future leadership and this board to wrestle with. And I'm going to highlight a handful of those. There are many others, but in the interest of clarity and simplicity, there are a handful I want to recognize. So I particularly want to thank Mary Beth Ehas and Burnett Honors College Dean Sheila Piñeras, who agreed to co-chair the committee that beginning last April that worked very hard over the summer and into the fall. And also you see up here a list of work groups that spun off of that task force that did deeper dives on some of the critical topics that came out of this work. I will also note that Interim Provost Mike Johnson has been an active participant in this work, and so he is up to speed on the thinking. As Bill mentioned, Trustee Garvey, Bob Garvey, was active as well. So again, want to thank everybody for their work in the last number of months. The charge to the task force was a fairly straightforward one, really to evaluate options, conduct analysis, and ultimately develop a model that includes enrollment levels and student mix. And having met a growth strategy of 2% a year that had been defined in 2014, we thought it was appropriate to pause our growth while we did this work. And that's what we've done. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that does not preclude future decisions about where we go in the future. The other thing I want to mention and frame this with is the true North Star of this work and our work as a university is student success. Enrollment is not just, and I want to highlight something, enrollment many people think of as who do we admit, but it's at least as much about how we make our students successful once they get here. And that really, it's the combination of who comes in the door and how do we make them successful while they're here. And so that's, and that's also pretty obvious in the state metrics that we spend a lot of time on. The vast majority of them are focused on, they are quantitative measures of student success. And so that's a heavy focus of this work, as you'll see. So one important point about the work and the framing questions we laid out was that this was really a macro evaluation. We did not intend to, nor should this group have tackled questions at the program or the college level. That's really, in our shared governance model, that's something properly considered by the deans and the faculty. The interest of this group was really in the big picture, best captured by these two framing questions. One is, how do we balance demand? And I'll talk about that in a minute. And by that, I'm referring to the expected population increases in the state and nationally, and then coupled with demand for graduates of higher education institutions. And then how do we balance that with our mission and while making sure that we absolutely stay focused on long-term financial sustainability and stability. And then the second is, how will changes in the mix of student type affect revenue and student success? So again, you see that pairing, as you heard in Chair C's remarks, about student success and financial responsibility. So the goal ultimately is to implement a plan where the student population and mix are at a point where we can operate the university in a financially sustainable and responsible manner, and every student we admit is successful. That's nirvana. That's our goal. Let me, before diving into some of the details, also, I want to say something about access. As this university has grown more inclusive and diverse, it has gotten better by any state or national measure. And these, we believe, as is embodied in our strategic plan of 5 years ago, those are not mutually exclusive endeavors. And in fact, we've been cited for the fact that we have figured out how to continue to get better while being inclusive. And that's something I think we should be very proud of, and that's something I don't believe we should back away from. But I also want to note that access to opportunity is not the same as open access. We have many entry points, and the door is open, but it's open when a student is ready to be successful here. And that's a very important distinction I think we need to make, and you'll see that reflected in some of the very good insights from our task force. So let me talk for a minute about process. First, there was a review of market and labor demand. This was the new market for new undergraduates is going to become more competitive and expensive nationally due to the decline of traditional age undergraduates over the next 15 years. As you see on this slide, from the early 90s into the mid 2000s, you saw a significant increase in, this is a measure of public and non-public high school graduates, and then a leveling, and then a projected decline to come. The nature of these students are also changing, with a greater percentage of minority students, particularly in the South, which is good news, but that's also part of the reality. When we talk about Florida, Florida is experiencing and has been for a sustained period of time high growth. We have coming into our state at a state level 900 net new residents every day. We have coming and going. You've got, I don't know, 1,600 or 1,700 coming in and several hundred leaving every single day, but that's a net increase. Very different from Rust Belt states and other parts of the country. And our particular metro area ranks third in the Southeast, and for its 5-year projected growth at about 10%. And we're second in the Southeast for international migration. So we happen to be in an area where we're seeing higher growth. And with more than a third of that projected population growth coming with people who are under 24 years old. So we live in a place that is different from others, that's going to have higher growth than other places. But we also need to recognize that competition for students is a national competition. So those states that are maybe declining in population, those universities are going to be recruiting nationally, particularly for the very best students. So we can't get comfortable with, it's good news, but we can't get too comfortable with the fact that we are in a high growth state.
Are you willing to take questions, or how,
sure,
Madam Chairwoman, how would you like to address? Is this a demographic trend, or is this people choosing to get GEDs instead of graduating?
This is a demographic trend.
This is a demographic
Yeah.
trend.
This is based on age, population, in essentially college-ready age. Yep. Okay. The other thing that the team worked on performing simulation scenarios and sensitivity analysis on student mix and impact on graduation. Also looked at potential policy changes to improve major readiness, and then also conducted analysis on other student types. As I mentioned, we had work groups around international, UCF Online, graduate, et cetera. And so there's a lot of great work. I won't share all the details of that with you, but we are all a lot smarter thanks to the work of the task force over the last number of months. So let's talk about just sort of a snapshot of where we are. This is fall of 2019, and I want to be clear, particularly for our new trustees. This is the mix and the size of what we are, just under a little over 69,000 students. Most of our work of the task force focused on that 86%, because that our undergraduate population represents the largest segment of our population. And this is, that's why we focus there, but I will talk about graduate a little bit as well. A couple of points not fully jumping out here. Of that transfer population, 55% of that, those transfers come from our Direct Connect partners, and the largest of those, is, of course, is Valencia College. Online and international are part of our ongoing analysis. They make up 5% and 3.2% respectively of our undergraduate population. And we're also must continue to look at opportunities in out-of-state market, both domestic and international. And interestingly, UCF Online actually makes up 9% of our entire out-of-state population, which is an interesting statistic. So I want to highlight three main levers today. The first of which is graduate, and I think these three topics are going to require significant more strategic work as a new president arrives, as the university undertakes its next strategic planning effort, which on its 5-year cycle would kick off next fall. And the first of these is graduate enrollment. Including medical, for us, it's between 13 and 14% of overall headcount. And just for context, you can see the preeminent universities in the state range between 20 and 29%. Now, our graduate enrollment has actually increased 17% since 2015 when we did our strategic plan, where we set a target of reaching 10,000 graduate students, which we achieved actually ahead of schedule. But our next phase is going to require us to take a hard look at where do we want that to go in the years ahead. Much of our growth, for example, in that period has actually come from online. Virtually all of our growth in graduate education has come from online, so that's important to understand. And to the extent that we aspire to grow beyond our 13 or 14%, that will require meaningful investment in faculty and other investments that are required to support graduate education. So those are things that the enrollment committee, that really is strategy, university strategy, and something that we want to highlight as a very important set of decisions for this board and the university leadership to make about the next 5 to 10 years.
So I was shocked when I saw these numbers. Because this tells a big story about what's happening with research. And if we're going to be preeminent, we need to, increase those other numbers that we were talking about. We need to focus on our research challenges. So, that kind of leads the whole way. Quality research, being able to have good grad students attracts top faculty, which attracts grant dollars, which creates opportunities for our undergraduates and their ability to do research. It's a full cycle. So I had no idea, and this is why looking into these types of issues that we're doing as a board is important, so we can find these areas that need attention. So thank you for pointing it out.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
It probably is somewhat weighted by our traditional acceptance of junior college transfers from our alliance institutions regionally, Seminole State, Valencia, so that generally our graduate school participation would be lower than the others, given that dynamic of those students tend not to be as likely to go on to graduate programs. I would assume that kind of is in the mix of this data.
That's an assumption, which is why we need to look into it. You also did hear him say that a lot of the degrees are, the graduate degrees are online. That's probably master's programs, okay? So that's not helping your research situation. So we could draw a lot of conclusions here about what does percentage mean versus actuals and everything else, but the reality is this needs attention. And so I think Trustee Self will help keep us focused on that as we move along through the understanding of this enrollment strategy. Trustee Galpin.
I was just questioning on the what is the percentage breakdown of that 13% of medical versus non-medical, and which category do we have the best shot at growing quickest, even though we need to grow both of those categories quickest?
I don't think we're in a position to say that. Those are good questions, and I think that's part of the analysis that we'll charge Trustee Self to go address.
Yeah, all good questions. You could unpack this in a lot of different ways, and I tee it up as the first of three major areas of continued focus. I think that and then the last area, just in terms of process, was really where Chair C started, is knitting together our student population mix decisions with a revenue model and ultimately an expense model. And this is something that, frankly and honestly, I thought would be easier when we started this process, and the team has worked extremely hard on this. But our systems are not perfectly tuned to being able to do cost accounting on enrollment. And so there's more work to be done here. But just as a sort of simple high-level view of this, I want to make sure that all of us understand that we can talk about headcount and enrollment, but at the end of the day, the linkage between that and our financial sustainability is student credit hours. And so, again, think back to Chair C's graph, and that's that second line of tuition and fees. That is really represented on the right-hand pie chart. You can see it generally aligns with headcount, but not exactly, and those differences are really important to the financial health of a university. So just wanted to remind us that the currency for a university is not enrollment numbers of students, it's student credit hours. And we'll come back to that a little bit, but I just want to make sure we understand that. So let me shift now to some of the high-level findings of the task force and the work that they've done since last year. I want to highlight a couple of those. There are two in particular. First is that major readiness is vital to anything that we do and to our student success and ultimately to the financial health of the university. And then the second finding is that thinking about how we might adjust transfer admission standards is one of the ways we may find the right balance between our accessibility mission and student success metrics. And that's a broad statement, and there's been a lot of work and discussion that highlights those things. But let me just speak to a couple of these. The first is that in terms of some of the findings are that attainment guardrails can actually keep students on track to graduation. We can talk more about that. Students who change majors after year 2 have many more challenges in reaching graduation. The task force found that high DFW, which are letter grades of D, F, or withdrawal, those rates and excessive repeat courses among certain student populations. And they got down into some details that I think provide some good insights there on how we can improve for those students. And then affirmed that increased investment in academic advising and coaching, along with programs like Think 30, which really encourages our students to take 15 credit hours a semester to stay on track. And a new initiative, Pegasus Path, which is a new interactive degree planning tool that helps students get from orientation to graduation on schedule. Those are things that have been good investments. We need to keep focusing on those. Those are the tools that we have to help our students be successful once they get here. And then the second one, some of the findings related to transfer admission standards. One finding is that GPAs before students come to college are strong indicators of student preparedness and success, but they're not the only one. The team looked at the impact of if you were to make some changes to admission standards for transfer students on Pell, programs of emphasis and ethnicity numbers of various GPA and SAT cutoff for admissions. How might those affect some of our performance metrics as well as our mission? And so there's some good analysis that was done there, and I think I'll come back to what the conclusions are from that, but looked at various ways we might think about that and how that might have an impact on the readiness of our students and their success once they get here. So we asked the task force to help us translate some of their findings into steps that we can take right away to move us forward. And so I want to highlight a few of those. In the 1920 academic year, we actually made some changes last spring that affected our admission for last fall. And we're actually going to continue these for this coming year while we work through this analysis and the strategic work that I've pointed to that is yet to come. But some of the adjustments we made were not dramatic, but they did have a downward impact on some of particularly our non-direct connect transfer population. And you can see them up here requiring, enforcing the rule that you must have 60 credit hours before you come, adhere to application deadlines. There were some things we did that just sort of gave us one-time benefit, I think, of slowing down a little bit our transfer growth, making sure that our students were sticking to the rules that we had applied, and then not preventing them from coming the next year, but we needed to enforce those rules. And then looking at some of these other ways that we might modify the transfer population just a little bit. And so all of this has done, which has allowed us, what I felt strongly we should do is pause for a little bit while we got our feet under us and had a better understanding of the levers. And so because we need to make decisions on fall admissions for 2021 now, so that we have guidance, the future decisions that we might make would begin to impact admissions in 2021 because we need that planning cycle.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What was our previous minimum required credit hours prior to this?
Mary Beth, do you want to speak to that?
There were times with other transfers depending on the GPA. We would admit other transfers, students who are not from our Direct Connect or state AA transfers with less than 60 hours. It depended on what their GPA was. It wasn't an automatic point that we would look at. This time, we really kept the 60 hours so that it would be junior status, and we also put in some GPA requirements as well.
So we never really had a stated minimum.
We didn't have a stated. We operated between 2.5 was a minimum. We continued with that, and then we raised it for some of these populations to 3.0.
Great. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Trustee Conti and then Trustee Walsh.
Relative to the reductions that we're discussing in admissions, do we have numbers of in-state and direct connect that we're not making? Why did we choose direct connect to increase and in-state to decrease? Are there numbers that we're not meeting? What was the logic in that decision?
Yeah, and let me first point out, we're talking about a few hundred students here. This is not a dramatic shift, and this was, we only have so many easy levers to make adjustments to, and one until we refine the relationship, a harder one to make dramatic changes to is Direct Connect because of the nature of that relationship. That just takes more collaboration and work, and because we wanted to make some quick decisions, the non-direct transfers were ones where we had a little bit more control over that. But as I'll talk about, we have, I think, a real opportunity to refine the Direct Connect relationship in a constructive way for the benefit of our collective students. But when we were trying to make some quick decisions, that was the easiest path to it. And again, this is really very much at the margins. And Chair C and I have talked about the downside of that is we have some very good students who come through, who transfer to us from non-direct connect. You know, this again was at the margin of that we weren't turning away a lot of really great students. The best ones we were continuing to let come, but that was where we had a little bit of control to make it quickly.
So you're saying you didn't put a hard requirement of 60 credit hours? Or you did?
This past fall, we did put a high requirement of 60 credit hours.
So parent sends their student out of state to some top school, they decide they don't like
Sure.
being out of state or that school, they come back here, they won't be going to UCF after their freshman year.
This was our short-term method of holding new enrollment steady. We really didn't have a lever to change Direct Connect, which is our highest number. So we kept this past fall the 60 credit hours as a standard.
Again, affecting very, very few students.
Trustee Walsh?
I think Mary Beth covered what I was going to seek out. It sounds like we are looking at maybe elevating the admission requirement in terms of minimum GPA, which my understanding had been more like the absolute minimum for Direct Connect transferee, perhaps 2.0, which is really a high D average. That if we are looking potentially at elevating that minimum, which I personally think would be a good thing in terms of reducing pressure on the faculty and instructional staff to be maybe a little less involved in remedial training than educating, and achieving our goals of slightly reduced.
Yeah, and I want to hit that one because we had a lot of, I think, really good, robust discussions on what's the best way, how do you create that filter? And GPA is certainly one. There are multiple objective ones you can use. Sort of like the 60 credit hour. That's sort of that's a binary decision. Where the task force discussion has gone, I think very, very fruitfully, is in the direction of a major ready strategy, which really is can accomplish the same goal, but actually ensures program by program that we're working with our Direct Connect partners and accepting students who are really ready to be successful here. And GPA, my guess is it may correlate nicely with GPA, but we're not bound by that as an absolute hard and fast measure. And Bill, if you want to weigh in on that.
I'll discuss that more in my remarks.
It's more than GPA. It's making sure that the two institutions are aligned. So what's being taught in the first 2 years in a particular potential major is the same or as close as can be. So there's a lot more to it than picking a GPA and saying that solves the problem.
Exactly.
Type stuff.
And I have to say, we've begun these discussions, particularly with Valencia, but also with our other Direct Connect partners, and it's a win-win. They want their students who start there and come to us to be successful, and they are recognizing the data we're seeing that indicates that if they're not ready when they get here, they're not going to be as successful, and they want to be a part of that solution.
Trustee Gakwa?
And, as we are trustees and we are not totally detailed into the system, but listening this conversation, the first thing comes to my mind, how do you benchmark it? And I've been always in my business or anywhere else, we always benchmark with somebody. So when I look at the numbers on the previous slides, we are 13% of the institutions are double than us. And I have no issue with that in a way that what is our policy, that's what reflects what the numbers are. So where do we benchmark our university with other universities? We have 13 other universities. Where do we stand? And how do we stand? And what are our minimum standard? And what is our policy to work with the local partners, community colleges and all that? Where do we stand with that? Who has reviewed those, parameters and all that? Because I have no idea, but I can ask that at least to you. So you can clarify that. Where do we benchmarking ourselves?
Well, I'll say a couple things. That was a big part of the work in the last strategic plan, which led us to the conclusion that we believed we should be part of a new model of 21st century education, which struck a balance between access, really embodied in our Direct Connect program, but also others, and excellence as measured by research prominence and graduate programs and so on. And what I'm proposing, I think this work highlights, is that as we undertake the next strategic plan, that's a time for us to really take another look at that, and do we need to shift that balance? So in that strategic plan, we set one of the metrics was 10,000 graduate students. We achieved that. Now, where do we want to go? Do we want to express that in a percentage of total population and build a plan investment plan to reach that? Those are the kinds of things I think. And I guess I would also say we are a bit of a hybrid in that we're an R1 research university. But we also have a unique model in our Direct Connect transfer model. And there are very few places that do that. So there are not a lot of comparables when you try to say, all right, who are we like? And that's, I think, an opportunity for us to define that for the next decade.
But there are, and I think what Trustee Gaikwad's trying to say, hybrid or not, you can focus on that particular area. What he's trying to say is we're not the only metropolitan university in the country. A lot of metropolitan universities are recognizing the need to work closely with their community colleges or four-year now, whatever it happens to be in their entity. And what he's saying is, how have they done it? How have we done it? We've had a 15-year experiment now with a lot of data. Mm-hmm. How does that compare to others who may have started later but looked at what we did and said, okay, let's do it this way and make sure that we're doing the best we can based on other models as opposed to just inventing something because we think we were the first in doing what we've done. Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely correct.
That's the point. And then on the R1 graduate side, it's, again, in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not a bottoms-up thing. You don't go, we need X people or we need Y percentage. What you say is, where do we want to be? What do we want to have our research focus be? How does that fit with what we have, what the community needs, what our industry needs? And then based on that, you determine what your grad students are. So I'm worried about models that are plugging numbers as opposed to researching needs, addressing the needs, and having our growth be based on that. And that's how you get to who we become, where we're going to be focused on, and the strategic plan then makes more sense, I think.
Correct.
Correct.
Any other comments on the adjustments that have taken place so far that are hopefully going to be reviewed as we proceed? Okay. Yep. Next.
Again, I don't want to emphasize these two. This was quick actions we could take, not intended to be strategic, but what could we do? So as we look ahead to actions we can take, I've already talked about a number of these. These are already underway in various ways. And so I think this is the kind of work that we have to do, again, back to how do we make the students who come to us successful and get them through on time. One thing I haven't mentioned, but I want to highlight is that, and I've mentioned this in the past, 70% of our enrollment growth is really tied to our success in retention, in keeping students here. And that's something we want to continue to increase. So the more our teams, these kinds of efforts are implemented, we should continue to see success and some degree of growth, even if we let fewer people, or we didn't admit more people, we will see growth because we're more successful in keeping students here and making them successful. Let me talk about the connection between enrollment and revenue just for a minute. There is much more detail to be developed here, and but I want to just highlight a couple of things. One is on the left, you see overall, although we intentionally paused our enrollment, our revenues actually continue to increase. And that's a good example as a snapshot of the importance of making the right decisions about how do you balance between FTICs and transfers. FTICs have a significantly, they in any given semester carry more credit hours, and therefore they will generate more revenue than a transfer student or a part-time, a transfer student who is more likely to be a part-time student. So that, and on the right you can kind of see why the unpacks the left-hand side of that. So although we saw a decline intentionally, a modest decline of a few hundred students on transfers, it was more than made up. It was made up on the FTIC side on the right. And then if you go to the next slide, this is a very small part of a much bigger model that Christy Harris and her team are developing. But this is a way of pointing to, this is, for example, modeling if you reduced your transfer population, in this scenario, just as an example, if you kept your overall headcount static, undergraduate headcount static, reduced transfers and made that up in FTICs, you see the revenue grow. And I want to particularly point out, if you look at just the top, and this is just incremental year-over-year changes in revenue. If you look at the very top line, you see modest growth for the first 2 years and then a significant uptick in the third year. And what that's reflecting is a transfer student comes here for 2 years, an FTIC comes here for 4 years. And so if you just swap out one for another, you're going to see a substantial uptick in revenue in that third year and beyond. And so this is a sort of modeling that we did not have before, and Christy and her team are working hard to develop this capability. So as through the strategic planning process, you begin to make decisions about mix, you can model that out financially to Chair C's very important point that ultimately this board has fiscal responsibility for the sustainability of the university, and this is one of the most important levers in terms of controllable revenue. So, I think those are the highlights from that. Let me just talk for a second about one other aspect of this. I think it's really important that I open it up to any of your questions. One of the things that the task force pointed to was we can and need to do better at implementing a more cohesive enrollment strategy. And right now, it's a little more decentralized than we want it to be in order to be intentional about making shifts. So undergraduate, graduate, online, there may be some others, but they're handled somewhat separately. There's conversation, but they're not put together in an integrated way. And so I've asked a small group of people to come back with a recommendation that can be provided to the new president, but have that done by May 1st on how we might bring that effort together, not for the purpose of developing the enrollment strategy, but actually implementing it going forward. And so that will allow us, I think, to implement any decisions you might make about shifts in enrollment going forward. And so that's something that's going to be part of the recommendation to the
And
new
they'll be
president.
checking how other universities do that, since many universities have
gone
a
in that
head of
direction.
enrollment
That's right.
strategy.
That's right. Yeah, so having a senior leader who oversees that, owns it, and helps the university implement its strategy effectively and successfully over a period of time. And then the last thing I want to point to is, I mentioned, the three big buckets are decisions about mix of graduate students, absolutely supporting Bev's point about what's our role to the industry in the region, industries in the region for graduate education and beyond. The second being transfer FTIC mix, and the third is online. And this is something that over the last several years, our online team has grown significantly. It's, as I mentioned, it's driven most of our graduate growth. And when I talk about online, I'm talking not about traditional students taking some online courses, but 100% online students. And this is a very important growth area in higher education. We're seeing shifts where large corporations are making decisions to think about education as a benefit. We've talked, I think, a little bit about the Disney Aspire program. There are these kinds of macro trends that we are well positioned to take advantage of, but we need to decide how we do that and what's that look like and how much we want to grow that relative to the rest of the academic enterprise. So that's the third area of focus that I think we want to spend time on. If you look at where we are today, this gives you a sense of our revenue mix and projected revenue mix if we assume a 10% annual online growth, which is, we have done more than that even in the last few years. And so that's something that we have not recommended major decisions on, but highlight that as another key decision element in developing the ultimate enrollment strategy. So I guess in summary, what my goal was here in setting this out last spring was that to make sure that when a new president arrives, we had a more rigorous revenue ability to model revenue, which we are making, I think, very good progress on, that there can be some a mechanism in place to develop policy and strategy around improving student success, and we're already, that work is underway and will continue. That we have a proposal, as I mentioned, for an improved apparatus to manage enrollment, that we have key areas identified for future analysis and strategic decision-making. Those three in particular I would highlight, not to mention international, out-of-state as sub-elements of that, and that ultimately a financially responsible strategy that defines our growth trajectory in the years ahead with the right student mix that is true to the mission of the university. So I, again, want to thank the task force for their work. They have really helped us get smarter on this important area of our strategic direction. And I think the foundation they provide will be important to the new president and to this board as you continue to contemplate those big issues. So, Bill, back to you.
Yep. Thank you, Ted. Okay, so circling back to the charge that I was given, first under the bucket of understanding. So there's been a lot of work out there in terms of looking at enrollment management strategies, and the Association of Governing Boards has published a couple of articles outlining essentially what sort of best practices are across the country. And they suggest strongly that each institution has an individualized strategic enrollment management plan. So it's not a strategic plan, it's not necessarily part, of course it's part of the strategic plan, but that there actually be a strategic enrollment management plan that is generated by the university. This isn't a month-to-month management plan. This isn't how we decide next year who we're going to take. This is a strategic plan looking at enrollment management. And outside of the 2014 task force or committee that I've been told that existed to give us a 2% growth model. I don't think we've had that. And even if we had it in 2014, we need it now. So that's going to be one of my recommendations. AGB also recommends that this enrollment management plan engages all of these major organizational units, this board. So the board has a role in that strategic enrollment management plan. Senior administration, the academic leadership, and in the case of UCF, I would advocate for the deans and also the faculty through the faculty senate, the admissions office, financial aid office, and very importantly, communications. Communications and marketing is a big part of strategic enrollment management planning. As I look through all the literature on this, of course, it's always described as a funnel. So you have this funnel approach where pre-enrollment is your outreach, is going to be your messaging to high school students and or other on-ramps, transfer students. And so as you go through that funnel incorporates not just who we take in, it incorporates all the experiences that they see at the university, curricular, non-curricular, all the way leading to graduation. So that's kind of the traditional funnel that folks use across the country and have for more than 2 decades. I would also say that graduation is typically seen as the bottom of that funnel, and I'd like to sort of drive the conversation in the next 10 years to be, it's not just after graduation, it's what they do after they graduate that we need to as a board consider, and the university consider the success of our graduates and the market and what they're doing after graduation, feeding the entire funnel. You know, what our decisions on enrollment management should be fed by, you know, the 2030 plan that we have in the Presidential Search Committee, 900 people moving to the state, that all impacts that plan, right? They recommend that there be an enrollment management committee, so this is outside of that plan, that has a leader, which is in line with what Thad mentioned, a key leader, senior vice president role, typically vice provost, vice president role. So I think we're moving forward with that. The plan, the strategic plan in enrollment management should be futuristic, looking at the next trends, which I think we saw a piece of from the task force. Comprehensive and integrated into both curriculum and non-curriculum, co-curriculum aspects. Data informed. So that strategic enrollment management plan should be data informed. 15 years of data, we've got 20 years of data. We need to use that data. This task force started to look at data and make decisions on data. I think that this strategic enrollment management plan that I would recommend be much more data informed on what's happened in the last 15 years. Technologically current, so I would say that probably is AI. President Seymour mentioned that our systems aren't really adept at looking at revenue and looking at cost, and so we really need to get there. So that's going to come with other aspects that we've talked about. I think CFeed, we didn't mention, CFeed is one of those things that can feed technologically current analysis. And it should be academically oriented, so academics should be the primary focus of the strategic enrollment management plan, but it also should include athletics, residential life, internships, service of students. So it's holistic, but at the roots of it, it's academic. It's what are we in terms of the academy? Who do we want to be, I think is the way we would describe that. So so that's my understanding from the national level. In terms of, I've already mentioned that we had a task force or a committee in 2014.
So can I ask
Yep.
you a question? Because I was listening, but I wasn't sure if I missed it. Did you talk about yield? Did you talk about what happens with how we recruit students, who we turn away?
Yep.
You know, are we selecting, are there some students that may have lower GPA SATs, but they have the right demographics and we know we can get them through? Which
Right.
also worries me when you say you're just going to cut off at
Certain
60
amount.
hours when you could have had students that you really need.
Right.
So
All of that
they
is
talk about
is-
the yield and
Yeah,
and
the yield
improving
of-
that
of-
and finding out why students we accept decide not to come here when they're the key students that we need
Exactly.
and so forth.
Yeah, so I've actually was given access to a database of admitted, I should say, 3 years ago, for a different reason, because I manage the undergraduate programs in the College of Medicine. I was given access to, I think it's an iPads-based database, I'm looking at for Dr. Borden, of all students who applied to UCF. And then ultimately where they went to school, and you can actually go into the database and you can slide high school GPAs and you can slide SAT scores, and it's really revealing when you look at, you know, who came here, who didn't come here, where they went, and why you don't know. Of course, these are just numbers. So we have access to that database, and certainly, and I know that Gordon and his staff and Mary Beth, they use this kind of information when looking at the FTICs and when targeting and recruiting FTICs in terms of yield. And I'll actually cover yield a little bit more later on. So it's a good point. Yield is very, very important because this is expensive stuff, right? So going out and recruiting excellent students is not cheap, but it's extremely important. So I think that in general, in the past, from what I could tell, there was a smaller group making decisions on this, smaller group of administrators making decisions. And I can say that from what I've learned is there wasn't a lot of academic leadership involved in this. And I've heard from deans myself that the deans really haven't been involved in this, and I'll cover that a little bit later on. In 2005, this board, this was after devolution, this board established a resolution which was the framework for Direct Connect. So I asked about that, and I got the resolution, and it's on our minutes from 2005. It actually is ironic because it's the day we also approved the MD program. So it all happened in the same day. I also mentioned that in 2005, the environment was very different of the university, and also there was, to my knowledge, enrollment growth funding at the state level. So in 2004, when we were planning for this change, there was enrollment growth funding, which meant every time we took more students, we got money for those students, and we got extra money to build the university, which was a strategy that we were using. And right about the time we decided to do this, the state took away enrollment growth funding, and they stopped giving us money per student. And I guess that was strategically difficult, right, because that was around 2006, 2007. But that was, to put into perspective, that agreement that we made, it was made with those parameters in mind. So it made sense in 2005. Maybe made a little bit more sense than it does now in 2020. But so I would also mention that enrollment management is distributed. And so undergraduate enrollment is managed to the extent that it can be. Graduate enrollment is managed, and I think rightfully so. It's managed mostly by faculty in the departments who are making decisions on what students to take for master's programs or for PhD programs. They can be guided by, you know, funding, for one thing. How many GTAs can we fund?
Faculty.
Faculty. So how many faculty can we take? I mean, every year we have a survey in our school that is, how many students can you take in your lab? That drives our admission decisions. So that's essentially how the rubber meets the road at the faculty level, and that's appropriate. So goals do drive those numbers to an extent. They drive metrics and incentives and things like that. So it's distributed, and some of that is appropriate, meaning that central leadership is clearly needed. But and of course, online is different, and of course, out of state and international is different. So that's sort of the understanding bucket, right? So I present to you sort of the national look, and really get into the state level. I think we've talked about the state level. And then the second is the report, and I think that Dad did a great job of covering the high-level summary of what the task forces did, the task force and the subcommittees did. And I just want to reiterate my thanks to that task force and all those people, because those are some of the best people at the university to bring forth information on this. I want to highlight and second what Thad said. Thank you to those groups that worked very, very hard. So there was a lot of data that came out of the core group. So now I'm talking about the core enrollment management task force data set that I was given and reviewed. There was a lot of data on FTIC versus transfer students, GPA cutoffs, 2.0, 2.25, 2.5. They looked at retention, freshman retention rates, and top 10% of your high school, which relates to high school GPA basically, second 10% of your high school. So there's a lot of rich data that exists in this task force. So first and foremost, I want to thank the groups that did that. And I think that that's the basis upon which we move forward with a long-term plan. And it was fantastic work that they did. And there's a lot of learning in that to some of the questions. In other words, do we set certain bars? How do we manage those changes to potentially direct connect? How does that impact our ability to make decisions on the individual student basis? Really important. And I'll cover that in sort of the recommendations. In international, so that's the core data that they looked at, that we've seen some of. International had a presentation. There was a subcommittee on international students. They had a presentation which didn't have a lot of evidence that they brought except to show the metrics behind the funding. And so international is, I think, in my opinion, this is my opinion, a little bit immature in how much we're doing and how well we've done it. And I think we've got an opportunity to do it better in the future. That's my perspective, talking to folks and also looking at that. Online has strengths. I think we are, and I would even say that both as a faculty member and as a board member, that we do online better than any other university in the state of Florida, much to the chagrin of my alma mater. We do it better in terms of faculty professional development. We do it better in terms of student engagement. It's not always perfect, right? But we've done a better job than everybody else in the state, and I think that's a real opportunity. And if we're able to carve out a niche there and drive revenue, then I'm all for it. From my board perspective, I'm all for it. And I think it's pretty mature, so I think that's a strength there. And graduate, I've already mentioned. So graduate is well managed by the College of Graduate Studies. They had a really pretty extensive PowerPoint presentation that I was able to get. And I think that they've done a lot to improve graduate education from a central aspect. But again, graduate education is primarily at the department level, at the college level. That's important. The most important part of this is major readiness, as Thad said. Major readiness and the work group findings was the core findings that were presented from the task force in I believe it was December. And they made a series of, I think it was 9 recommendations. And I'm not going to cover all those today, but I'm going to highlight some of the ones that I think are really good recommendations that we should think about and that the future plan should think about. One of them is that transfer students should be admitted to a college, and rather than the university. That's one of the recommendations that was made. And I'll talk more about that as well. Another seemingly small one, but that has a big impact on curriculum, is that we publish our catalog in Summer B. So everyone else in the state publishes a catalog in Summer B when we normally bring in freshmen, some freshmen, and yet we've stuck to this Summer A, and it really makes it difficult to do curriculum changes and things like that. That's a small one. It's a pretty easy change, but it could impact a lot in terms of our student retention and graduation. This major readiness working group tackled the issue of performance-based funding. So performance-based funding metrics are exclusively FTIC metrics at this point, right? That may change with the legislature, it may change with the BOG, but
Everybody aware of that?
yeah.
The metrics aren't our entire population, they're just the FTICs,
So
performance-based metrics.
exactly. They're only looking at that 41% or what, I forget what the percentage is. But, so there's a big but there, right? So the metrics only look at the FTICs, and maybe in the future there'll be some metrics on transfer students. I think that would be a good thing for the state, personally. But they're not, that doesn't mean there's no impact of transfer students on those students, okay? And so they noticed, and they studied this as a task force, 6 of the 10 metrics have direct impact from transfer students. And in fact, there's a couple of statistics that sort of bring that home. One of them is that in a snapshot of 2018-2019, academic year, there were 32,000 seats in lower level courses, that's 1,000, 2,000 level courses, that were taken by Direct Connect students, that if they had been major ready and had transferred with 60 credit hours, would not have been in. So those 32,000 seats affect the metrics on the freshmen that are trying to get those courses. So that's important for us to understand. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't take transfer students so that we can get better metrics on freshmen, but to some extent we have to understand what the problem is, right? And then another metric which was interesting, the group, 31% of all transfer students at UCF, 31% of all transfer students in the state of Florida were at UCF in the fall of 2018. So,
Easy to get in.
31% of all transfer students in the state of Florida in the fall of 2018, I want to make sure I'm accurate, were at UCF. So those are just two stats I want to bring up, yes.
So those transfer students that you normally wouldn't expect in your freshman, sophomore courses,
Right.
is that, do you think, driving the size of those classes?
So it's in part driving the size. I also, from a board perspective, it's driving revenue too. So we have to admit that that's revenue, right? I mean, we can't ignore that. I've said this in all the meetings I've had. But yes, it is driving some of the size of those lower level courses.
It's stressing the faculty.
Right.
I'm glad we're doing this.
Bill,
Yep.
I mean, that's a stunning number.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 69,000 out of how many SUS students, though? How many SUS students are there, do you know? I mean, is it about 30%? That's my question.
No.
Is our size, I mean,
I don't know, actually.
or do we really have more? I'm just doing the math in my head, and I'm thinking it's about 300.
Yes. Is that?
This is Trustee Mills.
Trustee
Hello?
Mills, yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure you could. I want to just kind of ask a question here on this particular point because back to President Seymour's discussion around modeling, right, we're doing a lot of modeling around revenue, and I think this particular point highlights the need for modeling around some sort of contribution, right? Because at the end of the day, as we're responsible for financials here, if we are discovering that we might be driving revenue, but it's at a higher cost and higher burden to the institution in any one of these categories or whatever the mix ultimately turns out to be, I think we should understand what that is. So,
Yes.
if we have a mix that's driving higher support services or driving higher, faculty requirements because we have them in freshman courses when we didn't expect them to be, I'm not sure if that's even being contemplated at this point in any of our financial modeling, or are we specifically focused on revenue? And I don't want that to sort of, misdirect us in any kind of way.
So we're not just focused on revenue modeling, but this discussion is, but you're absolutely right. And I think that if you talk to a lot of the deans, they've been feeling this for a number of years. And I think this is now putting attention on the situation and giving us a deeper understanding of the impact that this has throughout the entire institution. So, but we're not just focusing on revenue. I just started it that way to make sure everyone understood how important this topic is to our entire revenue model. But I do believe, and I think that's what we're hearing and seeing, was revenue was probably the impetus in the beginning for doing this. And now we're, again, 15 years later, and we need to start asking ourselves what we need to tune in order to make this right for the whole institution, not sacrificing access and supporting our demographics and our community. So, and I believe all that can be done, but as Trustee Self was pointing out, it's going to take better tools than what we're using to across the institution, not just the tools that are used, but, it's a lot of data analytics going on here, and there's a lot of and I was just reminding Trustee Martins that he gets the budget model now. So there's a lot of the budget modeling that's going to be impacted by all of this. So it's complicated, It's not just that it's big, it's very complex.
Could I speak to one other part of Trustee Mills' question, I think, and that is not just top-line revenue, but revenue net of expenses. And there are very big differences between a student in a 400-person introductory class at an undergraduate tuition rate and a student in a graduate class, a seminar with 12 students with a higher paid senior faculty member. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the limitations of our current system, and so Harold, if you would get going on the ERP system, we'd appreciate it. Since you're helping us with that. But the team is working on creating surrogates for that so that we can at least model at a high level how we can look at the revenue and the costs associated with delivering a class, down to the credit hour level. We simply are not, our systems are not set up to do that nearly as easily as I had hoped when we first started. And that has to be part of the equation. So I think that was part of your question as well.
It was, and I would just add two things, and I'll go back on mute. One, Chair C, for the record, it was an hour and 20 minutes before I asked my first question. But secondly, I do want to make sure that because we're in a university environment, understand that we teach a lot of actuarial science classes on campus. So these are also interesting exercises to engage our, thousands of students to help us in these number crunches.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is another driving point is why aren't we using all this talent we have here?
Two other quick metrics since they were asked, and I've got smart people out there. One is we represent about 21.4% of the total SUS population. And then one other just refinement. There are, of the metrics, they are some of the key ones are heavily weighted towards FTIC, but 7 or 8 of them actually also include all undergraduates. But when you think about four-year graduation rate, certainly the incoming GPA, SATs are tied to FTICs. But there are quite a number that actually include all of our student population. I just wanted to clarify that.
Go ahead.
President Seymour, the 341,000, that's at four-year institutions?
Those are at the state public, the 12 state universities. The other thing I would say, I don't have the exact number, maybe somebody can provide it, but the 3 metropolitan universities, US, USF, and FIU are heavily, the vast majority of the state transfer students are in those universities. The nature of what we do and where we sit is very different from the Gainesvilles and the other non-metro universities. Part of our
but it's true. A lot of population is growing in Orlando, is exponentially is going up, and that was coming to my mind. Of course, every university wants the best student. Of course, every university wants the top students. But what happens if we keep taking the threshold up, which happened in my area, and I keep saying last meeting also, University of Florida, UF did it. And all the students from Ocala, Gainesville, and my region all start coming to UCF. And we saw that trend for last 8-9 years, heavily coming to UCF, which 10 years back, most of them were absorbed at the UF. So if their standard is very high and we are letting them in, this is the only door is open to them, and they're going to drop here. Where else the parents can send their student?
I think
So
that
we need to be mindful what we're doing
absolutely.
also, because we're taking a state funding, if you saw it, it's the highest, is paid by the taxpayer. So our responsibility is to that too. So it's a very delicate balance, and I absolutely understand, but it's very challenging. It's not, one day we can resolve. But what I'm happy about it, at least we start looking into it. We're not looking into dollar sign only, but we're looking into the educational. But if every university Chair C, if everybody takes the standard as UF, where will we all end up, the other student? Where would they go? So there may be some other university need or not, I don't know, but it's crying for it. And I have a lot of parents meet me, because as they learn, I'm in UCF, and they tell me that student, and they're living there in Ocala for 30, 40 years. But that student can get in UF, and they don't have no place to go. So if you counting your major area, you may be having a more demographic than your guys have thought of it, because I'm a practical of it.
Trustee Gaikwad, I think that's a very valid point, and we have to take the full community region. I mean, that's what a metropolitan university is. Our community colleges are now four-year colleges.
Correct.
So we should be mindful of their ability to take the
Some
4
student.
years. We have online to address. We have, we have the whole picture, and we need to focus on where our community needs our graduates, because we want our graduates to stay here and build our economy. So it's a full analysis. Totally agree with you.
Absolutely. And another thing I noticed, because I come from, as an immigrant, and I have a lot of immigrant students coming from India. I mean, majority come from there, and they pay almost 3 times, sometimes 5 times more. And they have, I'm just saying one country, but there got to be 180 country student coming to Orlando. And I think you just nailed it, that international and a global reach is very low. It is true, I noticed that. And of course, Chair C, you had given me that responsibility. I'm meeting them today after this meeting, and I'm trying to learn what tools they're using, why they're using it, what money they're using it. And I got some numbers, and they're very small, like 41 million in revenue, which is nothing compared to what I'm looking at it with the international student, So it's not only one place we can increase the revenue, but we need to be mindful where we increase the revenue, where we increase the little standard, we also include, those who need it. So it's really challenging, and I'm very glad that first time I'm hearing this as a board of trustee on this board, and whosoever thought of it, kudos to that, If Chair C decided that, or President Seymour, you decided, I think it's a great thing, because it's really gonna be a future challenge. Orlando is a crazy melting pot.
Yeah. Well, and all this to underscore Trustee Self's, original recommendations of the fact that it needs a specific strategy.
Correct.
And it needs a specific senior individual that is living this and thinking this and accountable to it every single day.
Right. That's true, and I'm glad I'm hearing this, and it's really impressive. We can see the future in the next 10 years somewhere different,
I think that's a great transition. So I just would hit 4 more highlights from my second bucket, and then I'll go into the recommendations if I have time, and I'll try to be brief. One of the recommendations that was made early on, which was, I believe, followed up and done right away, was to end late admissions and late orientations. That was something that had come through for years. Also, looking at the number of courses a student can withdraw from is an issue, a policy issue. I should also mention there was a policy committee that worked before the Enrollment Management Task Force that led to a lot of the recommendations, and that was a really powerful set of recommendations that exist separately. And Dean Pinedas was helping to lead that as well. 2 very, very important recommendations that the Major Readiness Task Force has is to collaborate with our partners, particularly Direct Connect, to build guided pathways and tools for students to get better planning before they get here. Second one is to look at aligning the core content and competency in coursework at the coursework level. We call it curriculum alignment. I think we have 2 challenges in curriculum alignment. One is course level alignment, so that Calc 2, you get the same kinds of outcomes that you get at Seminole State or at Valencia and at UCF. That's curriculum alignment at the course level. And then there's curriculum alignment where the students take what they need to take before they get here to align with major readiness. So those are 2 challenges in curriculum alignment. Again, it's come up before. It was a major recommendation in those groups.
So let me ask you right there.
Yep.
You keep recommending, or is anybody's working on it, or is anybody has thought of it for the last 5 years, or this is the first time we are hearing it?
There have been a number of faculty and faculty administrators that have been working really hard on curriculum alignment, getting faculty together from the state colleges and the university, and it's not easy. But every year they meet, every year they talk about it, every year they do make action on it. It's very challenging in our area in STEM, in chemistry, physics, biology, math, and it's challenging. And
Do they share the data to show them
That's
that
what I mean.
some of these students are not, we'll use the new term, major ready?
There was a lot of data in the analysis that suggested that, but it wasn't at the course level or curriculum alignment. But there's a lot of evidence that others have pulled over the years in curriculum alignment.
Because that's what's going to drive change.
Right, exactly.
And Chair C, if you look at it, it's not only our problem, it's their problem too.
Yeah.
Either they get aligned with us or they just fall off from
That's
it.
right.
And we got to get them aligned rather than fall off, that's their choice. And that's why I ask, are we talking 5 years and no results? Or we just want the results and we get some results? I mean, that's more important than just keep talking, feeling good, bad, ugly about it, and just do nothing. We should have some action plan and implementation plan.
So that's a great segue. Because here's what I would consider my recommendations for an
Could I
action plan.
comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
In supporting what Trustee Self has just said, if you think back, the Direct Connect, the benefit of the bargain, if you will, to the Direct Connect schools was the huge benefit of having relatively automatic transference upon successful completion into UCF. Huge benefit to them over time.
And
In building
impacted their growth.
Absolutely. The other side of the deal, though, is, I think as he's saying, the curriculum alignment process, among others, to force quality and standardization to meet our requirements into what they do is really essentially important. I do know personally, business school has had some pretty good progress in that space. Now, I'm also aware we have and at some of the schools, we have an officer representing UCF as the lead for the partnership. I mean, I would strongly encourage that person be more of an academic than maybe a former government official, perhaps, and that would even drive this further. If that person assigned to Seminole Valencia, who sits resident as the UCF Alliance lead, be an academically oriented person, this could even be possibly even more strongly pushed.
Okay, so in the advise aspect of the role today, the first, I think you'll understand that I've said it before. I think that we should ask the new president, to develop a strategic enrollment management plan that is separate from the strategic plan, and really within the next year. I think giving a sort of a timeline year. Second, I would advocate that the academic constituents need to be an integral part of enrollment management committee. So I didn't really get into this, but on a weekly or biweekly basis, most universities have an enrollment management committee that has a broad, committee membership across the university. And I think we need to have deans and faculty, probably representative from the faculty senate. Yes, I represent the faculty senate here, in that enrollment management, so that there's a lot of good input into the day-to-day decision-making with one leader who's responsible. I would advocate, given what I've seen, and also I would also say that, I've been here 16 and a half years, so I've, as a faculty member, lived through pre-Direct Connect. I've taught students in a course that was a required course in biomedical science, so I've lived the faculty experience of the last 15 years. And in the last 3 years, I've been the associate director of Burnett School, so I've managed an undergraduate program. I oversee an advising office, and my office is about 10 feet from the front desk. So for 3 years, I've literally heard almost every student's question, comment, walking into the front desk. That's really valuable, actually, to know what's sort of on the ground, in the classroom, and there. Based on all of that, I think that this next plan should incorporate either or both a college admission model and also something called a critical tracking course model. So critical tracking essentially is, and it could be an and. So in other words, we might move forward with a college admission model so that to get into UCF, you have to get into a college. Maybe you have an undecided category where you get into UCF and then you can get into a college. That's getting into the weeds. And that involves academics. So academics will say, this is what you need to be successful in accounting. This is what you need to be successful in mechanical engineering. This is what we've seen from our data, not just what faculty say, oh, this is what I think, That's not going to be what we do. But from our data, this is what you need to be successful. And then look at every single college that way. And the critical tracking is good because that's where we get to students early. So and the way it works essentially is, and other universities in the state of Florida use this, you can choose a major, but if you don't hit a certain course with a certain grade by a certain time, then the advising office is going to make you come in and say, do you really think you want to be a chemical engineer? If you're struggling in this course and you had to take it twice, and these are the hard conversations that we as a community are not having as well as we should. And that's why we're adding 25 advisors, I think 20 to 25 advisors. We have to have these conversations early because we need to move away from the idea of everyone can do everything given any interest, because everybody's got skills and everybody's got abilities and everybody's got interest. It's our job to make those skills and interests and abilities match. That's where you can thrive. It's when your skills and abilities don't match your interest and you don't get advised to what you need to do.
I'm going to go back to what Trustee Gaikwad said. We have to be careful with this.
Right.
Because why don't you have the skills?
Right.
And being in engineering, where we need more women and underrepresented, they may not have the skills for whatever reason, high school, but they have the ability.
Right.
And so what can we do to get them to the skills?
Skill set,
to be, as we're saying,
Right.
major ready.
Right.
Which forces us to go back and look at that yield problem again, which addresses again what Trustee Gaikwad is saying. So I understand what you're saying, and I don't think that's our goal to be UF. I keep
Right,
saying that
exactly.
all the time. We're
Yeah.
different. We're a metropolitan university.
Right.
This means a whole different view on what higher ed's about, and we want
No, I
to be a
recognize.
leader in that.
Absolutely, no. But I think we haven't done enough of that.
We have not, no.
We have
Yeah.
enough.
I agree. We're not making sure, and I think that was what
Yeah.
President Seymour was trying to say, is that we need to do more to get everyone major ready.
Right, exactly.
But if you don't recognize what the problems are once they're trying to hit a major, you're not going to figure out how to get
We don't have those
ready.
conversations, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the conversation doesn't have to be a no, it has to be a where are you and how do we get there?
And why are you there? What's the problem?
What's driving it, right? So I do think that as we make changes as a university, I feel strongly about this. I believe our yield of students coming in, especially FTIC, will improve, and that's a very important part of the revenue model, right? We look at the revenue model. If we make policy changes for Direct Connect and the number of transfer students for a period of time decreases, we've got to have revenue, right? And so I think that communicating those policy changes will lead to yield changes in our freshmen. And that's speculation at this point. We won't know until we actually see what happens. But I think that that's part of what we have to do moving forward.
And don't you have to take into account what the workforce needs?
Correct.
So you
Of course.
may be selecting,
Yep.
remember the days when aerospace engineer, or nuclear engineering, you got in right away because we needed so many of them? I think we have to do all of that type of analysis as we're
Right.
Very well.
evaluating the yield.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
We have a big industry here, which is the largest in the world.
And it's
need
a
to
very
be mindful
diverse
of that.
industry. There's a ton of industries that need different types of students, and we have them all here, so.
Right. And that's where I think the deans are the key people, because they know
Absolutely.
the industry, they know the market, they know, but up to now, they've had to just deal with what they're given, right?
Yes.
So they need to have a stronger voice in what they are given in a sense of their enrollment strategy, right? I think out-of-state is something that we haven't done enough of. I think we have a national brand brought forth primarily by athletics, but also national brand in strength and academics that we've grown as a university, being Research One now for more than 10 years. So I think we need to look more at a national level of enrollment management, and that's not cheap, so that's expensive, but I think we need to look at that, and I think it's time for that. I mean, we do really well, and we have done really well locally and regionally, right? But I think we're not just statewide now, as was already mentioned. We need to look nationally, and that might mean putting a little money into that, maybe a little bit more than a little, to get the yield. And more importantly, then that drives our national reputation for the next 50 years.
No, I'm glad you brought up athletics, because we should be leveraging
Exactly.
that visibility that we're getting with athletics
Right.
and tying it to what we need to do on the academic side.
Exactly. And I think athletics will support that, greatly. Almost there. So I think the biggest problem we have, and I think we all recognize it now, is that we want to have a strong enrollment management plan, but that we have to look at our relationships through Direct Connect, because we can't manage that. We can't manage that if it's a set of students. And I've mentioned this before. If 10,000 new students became eligible through Direct Connect tomorrow, by Direct Connect, we have to take them. We don't have a choice.
Well,
We don't have a choice.
Okay.
So it's an unmanageable part of an
It's not a
enrollment management
contract.
plan.
It's not a contract.
I know it's not a contract, but it's an agreement at the board level. So my point is if roughly 50% of our enrollment management plan is not manageable, that's an issue that's already been raised. So we have to better manage that plan so that we can have levers. As already mentioned, we don't have enough levers to pull. We need to have more levers. We need to have more control over our levers. But most importantly, I'll close is, it's the right thing for the student.
Right.
Okay? All of the things I'm talking about, all the recommendations from the task forces, from the work of all of these groups, it's the right thing to do for the student, to help us identify the students, to help them matriculate and make them successful when they graduate. So those would be my recommendations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Excellent work.
we-
Trustee South and President
comments?
Seymour. Wait a sec. Trustee Bradley.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about the science of enrollment management. I'd like to speak briefly to the art of it. I speak with alumni, and the comment is, well, we couldn't get into UCF today. And I speak with family members and others, and they said, my children can't get into UCF today. And yet we advertise dichotomously UCF for opportunity, second largest in the country. We're obviously growing in very, very important ways. I hope we also look at the art of enrollment management, because I think there's a fine line between saying it's so hard, nobody, the old Yogi Berrism, it's so busy nobody goes there anymore, to saying, oh, come one, come all. And I don't know where we find that piece here. I would suggest two things that are important. I think it was touched here. This concept of portfolio management for the majors and the colleges that we offer, I think has to be an undergirding to our enrollment management strategy based on market demand and other things. But I hope there's a major focus on, we don't ever want to be a place where, like Danny said, people can't get in. But likewise, we also don't want to be a place where our degrees, those of us who have degrees from here, don't have the solid, basis to say, wow, that means something. We don't want it to be a mill. So I hope we can find that balance.
I just, a funny note, a lot of universities and boards or boards that I'm on, where very successful people are on those boards and they're big donors and all, they all say, I couldn't get into my alma mater today.
and that's probably just a state of everything, but nonetheless, I think that balance is critical to be able to say that.
Trustee Chan, the numbers don't speak lies. We allow everybody and anybody. If anybody's complaining, it's a really lie, straight.
Well, Danny,
I'm looking at the numbers, and this is just ungodly number, which I as a trustee come to know, and it shook me. So if somebody's complaining to you that they're not getting admission, Jesus Christ, what standard they have?
Well, my brother and I had a 4.0 GPA that was combined if you put them both together.
Please.
I think comments very well made. Not that last one, but but I think one of the real strengths of this place is the strategy we've developed over the last decade or two of creating multiple pathways to UCF, and so. We're talking about refinement to something we have today and improving it, making it better based on years of experience, but not about cutting off pathways, but making them better and stronger so that in the interest of student success. And
I think that's legitimate, Thad. And we don't want, I really like where we're going to. We have to face the Direct Connect compact at some point. If it's not a contract, it's a compact for sure. And we don't want that to be so easy. I mean we just can't accept, and it'd be so hard on the other side. I think getting into the university in general should have a similar feel. One shouldn't be so easy, and one shouldn't be so hard. But I really like your concept of multiple paths. I think that's really wise.
Mm-hmm. So just where do we go from here, right? So this is phenomenal work by everyone that's been involved over the course of, I guess it's close to a year now, right, Thad? And, Trustee Self, thanks for diving in. Your perspective on this, takes the great work that was done and really helps us as a board understand what needs to be done moving forward. So thank you. So, for me, let's not lose hold of this. Let's make sure that we have a game plan moving forward, for implementation. I don't know how we act upon the recommendations that Trustee Self and, the committee has put forth here, but I think there needs to be some action, to put these recommendations into implementation. And I would suggest that one of those actions would be that this be a core element of the transition plan for the next president. I think as a board, we need to clearly outline and highlight this in the transition plan as an immediate priority. This is not something that can sit on the shelf, in my opinion, for 2 to 3 years from now. I mean, this is something that needs the new president's attention immediately.
Alex, I would add, I think we also ought to be ultimately proactive in conversations with the Board of Governors on what we've come up with here. Because, we've been dinged before by saying, oh, you're just big, and how big are you going to get? And I think this shows some real astute thinking on our behalf.
Strategy.
And correction. So I just want to caveat, I was in agreement with Interim President Seymour's concept of going ahead and focusing this under one organization and so forth, which I assume you're going to do, and continue. In my mind, I'm very worried about implementing, okay? Because, what I saw implementing and then the argument, oh, but it's only a few people, well, why do it then? So continuing to do the research that Trustee Selvin engage the deans and continue to organize it, collect the data, I think is where we need to be and focus it in one place. But as far as implementation goes, I think that's the job of the new president.
And thus my point that I think it's important enough for all of us that we do make that a critical element of the transition plan.
Totally agree.
Right.
Is the work of this task force complete, or does the task force continue on?
No.
Is it an ad hoc committee?
I think my recommendation is that we can still call on the expertise of the task force, but that we pivot now, first of all, to this implementation team that I proposed and Bill strongly recommended. There's work to be done over the next number of weeks to plan that, and that really ought to be, I think, in the form of a recommendation to the new president. I think with the endorsement of the board, it's essentially a mandate. You want him or her to go ahead and do it, but we can have that ready to go. I think the ongoing analysis work, we need to figure out kind of the best way to get that done. I can tell you that the financial analysis, Christy and team are continuing as we speak, and that's going to be a really important part of it. But I think the task force in its current form, its work is done. I think we reform it around an implementation team first.
Not only that, but I'm thinking something else. Chair C, like you have done a task forces, like, and you go do this, and we have done, and we are all working on it. So eventually, before the president come, we should have some conclusion from all this working. Me working on a global, Conti working on a health. What we should do, we should departmentalizing our meetings with the upcoming president, and we are champion on that subject rather than generically just being a cheerleader and then welcoming it. I think that will be perfect strategy.
Believe me, you're not done.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So that way, it will give him an impact that, this trustee knows about this department, this trustee knows, because I saw the last process, it was weak and it was not robust, but under your leadership, if you want to put it, we can do individual meetings, so that way, everybody understand what's happening, and also it gives him more people to work with him rather than one person taking it all, Does that make sense?
And I want to be very careful about calling this an implementation plan. We're going to be talking to, and this will be part of, I assume, will be interviewing, when we have our candidates, the discussion, we're going to find that a lot of them have implemented. And so, I don't want anyone thinking that we're handing them an implementation plan. That's their job to do. I think we're still in research mode.
Yes.
I heard enough about, for every single one of these deans, what are the challenges you've had? What are your recommendations? What would you correct with the relationship and the process in transfer students of all kinds?
Let me try to speak more clearly. I think there are two paths here. One is, how do we bring together enrollment management as a function that's more coordinated? And that's the recommendation that this small team is going to make May 1st. I think what I heard and strongly endorsed in Bill's remarks is we need a strategic enrollment plan that ought to be led by the new president. We could happily make recommendations of a team that would be ready to go when he or she starts. But I think I would wait till the new president got here to do that.
That's fine.
But the work product of that is the ongoing research and the strategic plan. The implementation would be to that consolidated group that would manage it.
Maybe I'll make that
Trustee South
note.
will stay on top of that.
Yeah.
Should I make a motion to that effect on the
we don't
plan?
need a
Or do you don't
No,
want
we
to do
don't
that?
need a motion.
Okay.
We need a break.
We need a, that's true.
So let's take a 10-minute break and come back for another exciting topic.
That's cool.
So, well, now,
Meeting
are you guys going to make me use this thing?
Let's
go.
I say you need to start meeting at 9. Because we are half asleep. And I know you are up already at 5 a.m.
I
maybe
was
4
up at
a.m.
5 a.m.
I
this
knew
morning.
it.
Somebody has to walk the dog. Okay. So the next information report is our emerging issues updates. It includes all our trustees who are in their seats. I requested trustee engagement with areas where the university's made significant investment, considering making a significant investment, or has faced challenges. In leading these emerging issues, board members will use their experience and expertise to advise executive leadership and share with other board members their findings and recommendations. Before we begin our updates, I want to reiterate that we must be considering the talent and expertise of our faculty and industry partners in helping to address issues, solve problems, and build on our areas of excellence. This is not a recommendation, it's an expectation. Many of our colleges have advisory boards, industry advisory boards. They should be used, and for sure, our faculty should be asked to contribute as they wish. So, Trustee Mills has to drop off at 11, so he's going to give his IT cybersecurity enterprise ERP upgrading emerging issue updates. Trustee Mills, you're on.
Morning, everyone. Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. It's difficult going after Trustee Self with such a great substantive presentation. But on the IT ERP cybersecurity task force, we're kind of just getting started. So we'll have a lot more to come and a lot more information to provide to you at later dates, including in our upcoming meeting in April. But I did meet with the CIO, Joel, our IT COO, Michael Sink, and our Chief Information Security Officer, Chris McCorgian, this past week on February 6th, a couple weeks ago, February 6th, to begin planning for the upcoming presentation coming up in April. And in fact, we're going to be having a follow-up meeting on the 25th to review the draft of those presentation materials. I would add to you that our IT organization structure, our IT security compliance requirements, which there's probably 4 or 5 government requirements that we have. Right now, we're in a sort of a distributed model across the university. Not necessarily convinced that's the best way to operate in our current state of risk management, if you will. And so we'll be talking about that a lot more in the coming weeks and months ahead, and presenting feedback to you and getting your feedback as a board as well. In addition, we did, as you know, kick off our ERP launch. We had that meeting Tuesday of this week on the 18th. We had our UCF staff, our consultants from Huron, went through a detailed project description, and what our activities were going to be for the next coming months and years. We had a lot of stakeholders in the meeting, including almost 250 stakeholders from throughout the UCF community that were part of these presentations. As you know, this project is expected to cost a lot of money, and basically continue for nearly 5 to 6 years for us to come to completion on that. And I would just add, by the way, when I say 5 to 6 years, the first 2 to 3 years are, really in our HR, finance, sort of traditional ERP applications, which is a normal cycle time for these relatively large implementations. The extended time comes in the student services section, which our current vendor, PeopleSoft/Oracle, or other vendors that we're looking at, like i.e. Workday, have not completed their build-out of student services. So while we're working on finance, HR, et cetera, they're going to be completing their build out of that, and then we would begin implementation subsequent to that. So that's sort of the highlight of our current state. As I said, we're just kind of getting out of the gates here, and we have a lot to do going forward. And I would just invite Dr. Hartman, if there was any information I neglected that you will want to add.
Do we have any questions? I just want to comment, Trustee Mills, on my expectation of the April briefing, that it's not just a presentation. I'd like to see the dashboards that the senior management uses, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. Any other comments? If none, then thank you, Trustee Mills.
Thank you.
So our next emerging update will take quite a bit of time. And for this reason, I'm going to start next with Bridge. I'd like Scott Cole to provide an update on the background information, and after his presentation, I'll ask Trustee Walsh to share his insights from a board perspective. Scott?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to invite Kim Smith and Megan Kerrigan at the UCF Research Foundation. As you recall, the Research Foundation, acts as fiscal agent for Bridge, so in case there's any questions regarding financial issues. Okay, I'm going to do a brief background. Those of you who have been on the board a while know this background, but we have some new board members. So briefly, in 2004, we agreed with Osceola.
2014.
Sorry, early 2014, we agreed with Osceola County to build a research and development center. Remember those words, that's how it's described in the agreement, a research and development facility. And then the county would lease it to UCF. And then the business model was based on Cemetech, which was the facility would attract private industry. They would join become a member of a consortium. They would pay a fee for that membership. They would jointly share the facility, and then there would be technology created which would enhance the industry. In May of 2014, ICOMAR Inc., which is doing business under the name of Bridge, was incorporated. Again, consistent with the original business model, it was incorporated as a 501c6, which is a not-for-profit membership corporation. And then July of 2017, UCF and Osceola County signed a development agreement that basically discussed that this was going to be part of a 500-acre neo-city that would become a high-tech hub in Osceola County. And Osceola County funded the construction of the Research and Development Center through the issuance of tax-exempt bonds backed by sales tax. In September of 2017, the building was completed. The county leased it to UCF. The terms of the lease were, it was a 40-year term, $1 a year in base rent, and then UCF would pay as additional rent all operational costs of the facility. And then at the end of the term of the lease, or when the bonds are paid off, ownership of the facility goes to UCF. So we would get the building at the end of the lease term. October 2017, UCF signed a management and services agreement with Bridge for Bridge to operate the facility on our behalf. So they were basically undertaking our obligations under our lease agreement with Osceola County. And then on July 1st, 2018, Bridge and UCF Research Foundation entered into a fiscal agent agreement pursuant to which the Research Foundation would maintain all the books and records of Bridge, take care of payment of bills, et cetera. And then we also took on the role of employer of the Bridge employees. They're on our books as UCF employees, but they're under the day-to-day control of Bridge management. Approximately 2 years ago, the business plan changed. It moved from a research and development membership model to becoming more of a manufacturing facility to do small test and packaging of semiconductor chips for various folks, federal agencies, including the military. They're focused very much on having domestic facilities to design and manufacture chips, and Bridge's plan was to get in on that activity. A couple things to remember: Bridge is not controlled by UCF. It is an independent corporation with a contract with UCF. Both UCF and Osceola County each have 1 of 5 seats on the board of directors, And then the Bridge employees, there are currently 43, maybe 42, are actually on the books as UCF employees. Here's just a visual representation of our relationship, the lease agreement from Osceola County to UCF, and then 2 agreements between UCF and ICOMAR, Bridge, Management Services Agreement, Fiscal Agent Agreement. Bridge currently has 2 significant contracts. They have an IBAS contract. It's a $20.4 million contract for a silicon interposer. The current committed funding is $3 million, and then there's an Air Force contract. They call it the Secure Digital Twin for $7.5 million. This is a look at the investments made by the various parties to date. UCF has put in approximately $25 million. Total state appropriation, $22,500,000. Let me stop there to point out that the original plan was for the state to put in $125 million, $25 million a year for 5 years. That did not materialize. Osceola investment is over $100 million. They actually have 2 buildings out at Neo City. They have the Research and Development Center, and they also have an office building, and they've put some money into equipment and other things over time. UCF has a direct contract with IMEC, which is a company that was brought into Neo City to work with Bridge and UCF to attract businesses and also to act as a designer of chips at the facility. We, and pursuant to our direct contract with IMEC, owe them $6 million. The county is still obligated for $3 million directly to IMEC. Cash flow for Bridge through fiscal year 2020, they're on the same fiscal year as UCF. You can see here, if you take an average of each month's cash flow and back out the IMEC payments, so you're looking at their actual outflow of cash, they have averaged since July 1st, $1,179,000 in cash expenditures every month. If you take out look at all of their cash, they have 2 types, restricted and unrestricted, but if you ignore their category and you look at the total current cash balance on hand at Bridge as of last week, it was $188,000. In addition, what is not included in that number is as of February 6th of 2020, Bridge reported outstanding payables which have not been submitted yet for payment of over $1 million. Their current payroll averages $193,000 every 2 weeks. Bridge was expecting, I believe today, don't know what the status is, to receive a $900,000 contract payment for design services. This money by contract is supposed to go directly to IMEC, but Bridge management has been in discussions with IMEC to see if Bridge can keep most of that money, about $800,000 of that money. That would require a written agreement by IMEC to allow Bridge to do that. For the past several months, you may recall our last board meeting in mid-December, we've been asking Bridge to take significant cost reductions in light of their current financial position. To that date, we have not seen any material reductions in cost, although my understanding is they are working on a plan now. I believe each of you have on your table a copy of a demand letter sent to UCF alleging that UCF is under default under the lease agreement and requesting a mediation meeting next week. As far as demand letters go, this was not, it was taken in a spirit of they want to have a serious sit-down conversation. The lease agreement with the county requires that we have both formal and informal mediation before a lawsuit can be filed. And so this letter kicked off that process. I would not say we're on the verge of litigation with the county by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's a lot of room for discussion, but they have started the clock ticking by sending this letter. It is my...
This letter's from the county?
This is from the county's attorney. That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. It is my legal opinion that Bridge is in default of the management services agreement because they are insolvent. In addition, there were certain performance obligations they were required to meet under the terms of the management and services agreement, which they have not met. The final thing I will add is that last night about 10:30, I received an email with a letter attached from the attorney for Bridge. They are invoicing the university for $7 million. The basis for that is that they suffered losses over the past couple of years, and that they were for what's termed allowable cost under the terms of the management and services agreement. I will tell you my opinion is that's a pretty ridiculous claim, because allowable costs under the agreement are only payable out of funds that are available to Bridge. In other words, the appropriated funds that they raise from contracts. It's not a UCF open your checkbook and pay whatever expenses that we've incurred. So that is out there. I was surprised to receive it, but that's the latest thing we've received with respect to Bridge. And I'll leave it at that and open for discussion from the board.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Trustee Walsh, you're recognized to address the board.
Thank you. I was privileged to be assigned to shepherd from an advisory standpoint the board's understanding and advice on this matter about 3 months ago. I was also at the time named to the board of Bridge. I did ask that I be taken off the board of Bridge because it presents a conflict to be evaluating and voting on Bridge matters here, and my first duty being to the UCF Board of Trustees. Therefore, we have a new Bridge board representative named early this week. He is a former U.S. Navy captain. Very, will be very helpful, I think, to our engagement with the DoD on behalf of Bridge and all we do in the present, if you will, customer space. His name is Frank Naylor. Frank was named just a few weeks ago interim director of our Institute for Simulation and Training. And he had also been the chief officer of the Naval Warfare Center and Systems Division for Naval Support. So this signals, I think, also one of the things I think necessary, deeper involvement by the university. And there's a lot of moving parts to this situation with Bridge that need fairly current and active attention by university management. So I'm hoping that Frank can supply that with his leadership background and especially his DoD contacts, which are looming very important for Bridge. So with that, we've got a number of issues. Again, to summarize where we were in December, clearly the Bridge activity as now structured is not a core activity for UCF. We are not a global semiconductor manufacturer. We are not a global technologist in that space, nor, with the unique ability to manage what is now emerging into an activity of producing, as Scott mentioned, the change in activity over to producing prototype devices, more and more now aligned with the DoD requirements. So the need for an external partner is one that I believe we took to the county as early as October in meetings with them that Scott and the president attended, and reinforced my own presentation to the board in December. Same, still necessary, way necessary. The activity would be far better served with a very strong strategic partner from that business with the mission, goal, and objective of investing more heavily in it and seeing it through. So one of the key things that we had talked about was the work to begin to develop and find new investment partners. Up to this point, Chester and I have kind of led that activity, and I'm going to go more to Chester and provide kudos for engaging in that. We initially laid out a template of about a dozen highly compatible investor partners, several universities, 4 major semiconductor manufacturers globally. There were technologists, and in countries, this one and 2 others, where by DoD requirements, a friendly foundry or friendly fabrication status can be achieved. Those discussions have emerged, so we've got, of the 12 initially targeted firms, 7 active, 1 university, 6 firms. As of yesterday, a very great breakthrough with a very large local entity who have a deep and long-term relationship with UCF, who would be an excellent investment partner. Second meeting took, I believe, nearly all day about ways and means of utilizing a very large portion of the fab space and looking at, among other things, taking our seat in the activity. Very encouraging. Unfortunately, due to confidentiality, we can't disclose who it is at this time, but that activity is moving forward. So I've recommended concurrently, and we may hold this in abeyance, that we engage the university, a merchant banker active in the space of promoting this investment and coordinating a short list of heavy major industrial technology partners who can take our seat. We've talked to AtReg about that. They came back initially, were a little bit busy back when our first contact was made with them in November. They've come back as of last week wanting to engage with us on a contract basis as supporting. They're a merchant banker. They get involved in finding investors, and their specialty is in this space. So I think it's quite interesting that they've returned to us, and I think a proposal, Scott, is coming. If it hasn't come already, it has come. Yeah. That we balance signing them up to represent our interest in moving forward with seeking major investors, along with this good discussion we had yesterday, and see if we can, if we can't bring that to closure fairly soon with maybe a letter of intent or some commitment, engage AtReg to begin to look for more options in addition to the dozen or so that we have initially identified. So that's a very important mission that we need to undertake and continue. And so far so good. The feedback we had about the activity as it has transitioned to more DoD-specific discrete device design and supply for the DoD, it does more than appear that the tailwinds, the favorable tailwinds of having domestic or friendly foundry supply for semiconductors into major defense programs, integrated into those programs, is a critical initiative of the DoD. This was repeated upon the kickoff meeting for the first two contracts that the entity got as recently as the contracts were awarded in September and October. Kickoff meeting was the day after our board meeting in December. Over 30 DoD representatives came to Bridge, very, very enthusiastic about, and have listed now Bridge as one of the domestic friendly foundries for semiconductor supply, and discussed already more ways to extend the contracts we have with the Air Force and the Army. So that it does appear to be, and to the external investors we've spoken to, quite an interesting feature of the activity that we've been involved in setting up. So I'm quite encouraged by the ability, and we've looked at basically the position we hold is incredibly cost effective in respect to the fact that the foundry is basically, the fab facility is stood up, it's invested in, the county has invested hugely in it, it's ready to go. If we can come to terms with the county on how we promote the availability of our seat to another party, which, by the way, that's work in progress that needs finalized. Will the county allow us to promote the activity to another investor on a seamless basis, as we are, which would be incredibly attractive to an OEM of those devices or another major research foundation? That it is an attractive position. And the early discussions Chester's had with a number of interested parties have revealed that. The position is quite attractive because it's up and running. It also further, to the extent we do engage a merchant banker, their advice has been, my own advice being involved in M&A for many, many years, if the facility is running, it's going to be a more attractive position for the kinds of strategic partners we're talking about than if it were not running, for example. So the next issue, the cost down, we did discuss in December the need to, while this is underway and there is financial exposure, the entity has, I think we're looking now at net maybe $180,000 or so of remaining cash. Hopefully today, the first tranche of payment from the DoD today or tomorrow, supposed to arrive about $900,000, which would have the entity in the position of about $1 million, subject to the negotiation concluding with IMEC on extending previous prepaid royalty commitments by Bridge to defer those into more of a percentage of sales or variable scheme. Chester has kicked off the discussions. I do believe that IMEC owe us a proposal on that. They've been receptive to that notion in early discussions. So it would enable the most of the 900,000 Bridge receives to ameliorate operating costs over the next month and a half or so. But with that said, still in 6 to 8 weeks, there's going to be a financial need. Now, part of what we discussed in December was a series of requirements that if at such a time as we would step forward to further support Bridge financially for the purpose not of retaining the interest in it in the long term, because again, reinforcing we've committed, and I think we've all agreed, and the President in his presentation to the county even as long ago as October, our long-term strategic interest is not in this non-core activity for UCF, finding another partner, that reaching a soft landing to that approach would be, I think, a very useful thing. Given that and the time that might take, those discussions could be 6 months. They could also be 14 months. That we look at cost containment. I can report the Bridge Board, as of 2 weeks ago that I was on at the time, voted unanimously to request management to aggressively pursue cost containment alternatives and come back with a plan. They have done that. They've come back with a plan. It involves initially $1.2 million or so in cost reductions. One of the things we need to concur between the university and the county with is the timing and degree of those actions. Are they adequate to, because really, in the essence of the relationship, the entity has two major members. It's a 501(c)(3). Two major members are really the university and the county. We need to come to terms on the degree and the severity of any cost containment actions. There has been a presentation of those by management already. That's one of the things that needs to be agreed in discussions that hopefully begin next week with the county, the timing and severity of those actions.
Clarification. They've been presented to the Bridge Board.
They've been presented to the county. I think I'm aware of them. I believe they've been presented. I mentioned what they were in totality of monetarily to Scott, and we had some discussion yesterday. So the Bridge Board pushed that this be done. A first triage recommendation has been made. The question now is robust enough, or then phase two that we've agreed to do, and we're down now to two pretty good candidates to look at coming in. We talked about this in December, bringing a third-party expert to look at the organization, to look at the organizational strength, to implement what they have in hand, and look at structure and cost with a sharper eye. I think, this is clearly not the university's expertise. It is not my expertise. I was in the gas turbine and steam turbine manufacturing business, not the semiconductor business. So I think we've all agreed the county certainly needs support in a third-party assessment of the cost of doing business, the staffing, who the staff are, and the number of folks to execute. Now, the undergirded thinking about that from the Bridge Board level has been on the basis of looking at that, on the basis of getting through the contract commitments that it has to preserve value in the facility and the activity for the two primary partners going forward. So that's candidate selection should be early next week. We need to have concurrence with the county. I'm not precisely sure we actually need concurrence, but in converging jointly as good partners, I think that would be a good thing. But I think that's going to easily be done. The candidate for the consultancy. So we've got another issue that did emerge in the board meeting. The county, we have an arrangement where the county had procured tooling for the facility in the amount of about $28 million and change. I can be off by $1 million or $2 million, but in that ballpark. The title to the tooling that they had procured was transferred into Bridge some time ago. an action was taken in the board meeting. I didn't particularly support it, voted against it at the time, to retitle the tooling back to the county. Now, so that's been effectively done. However, the county's been kind enough to include in a document that governs the use of the tooling, that it stay at Bridge, that Bridge retain access to it to execute its obligations. And really, the sense of it is, if and when a financing arrangement comes along with asset-backed lending, where the tooling can be used as a backstop, as a guarantee topic, as firm collateral for a loan for Bridge, the county wants to individually look at that one by one. Before, because of the titling to Bridge, Bridge had the authority to use the tooling as collateral left to its own. Now with this change, Bridge does not. The county will need to approve any loan that involves using its own collateral of tooling. From UCF perspective as a board member, I didn't particularly see that as a positive thing in my fiduciary responsibility to Bridge, but it has been done, and some concerns over the condition of Bridge at this point in time. So I mentioned about the cash. Hopefully that's moving forward and received in the next day or two. The discussion underway with IMEC, there is, Scott did point out, a side feature of this overall relationship is the university does have a separate, and the county has a separate arrangement with IMEC to pay, remaining, I think from the county standpoint, about $3 million remaining, from the UCF standpoint, about $6 million remaining, owing IMEC pursuant to a long-term agreement to get technical support. IMEC do act as the primary design engineer for the output of Bridge. However, beyond that, I haven't, in my polling of the academic areas here, specifically photonics and engineering, not seen a lot of other high value in that. So there's an opportunity to look at the future cost of that arrangement vis-a-vis maybe finding a way to pull that support on a more focused basis into Bridge. The avenues to develop a soft landing on this, I think, are numerous. I think we're in good shape to have concurrence with the county on the consultant we use. Cost actions have been identified. Question is, can they be more, significant or not? That needs dialogue with the county, and I think that can happen next week. How we would promote the activity externally to external investors, will the county permit us to, assign our seat in the activity to a third party on what basis? On the same basis as we now enjoy, which is incredibly attractive given what they've invested in it. It's a very unique facility. It's a semiconductor manufacturing and research clean room. Very, very costly. Without the office building, maybe 120, 130 million. With the office building, it's been erected quite a bit more. But the unique part of it is the fab facility. It's a clean room. The uses of it are fairly limited. You're looking at cost exceeding a typical warehouse building by a factor of perhaps 4 to 5 times because of the unique characteristics of the clean air, ultra-pure water to make these devices. So the kinds of use of it are fairly limited. So there is, we have a lot of reasons to be working hard on finding someone to come in and use it in that vein of its design basis. I think good progress has been made on that. If the present discussion that's the most promising doesn't get legs soon enough, we'd be looking at a firm like AtReg to represent our interest. I think the county's going to be very supportive of that from my perspective, as at the time I'd been on the Bridge board. So I think we've got the basis to come to terms. The issue will be in the next 4 months. We do have, Bridge has a placeholder with the State House on additional funding of about $10 million in, I believe, non-recurring funding before the State House to engage the activities of a lobbyist to support that, with financial support from the county for that. We're told at this point that looks reasonably promising. The issue will be between now and then, probably some level of support will be needed. I think what has changed with that from December, I personally believe the county will be willing to look at some degree of matching to some degree of anything that we would do at such a time as we decide to do something. That's change. Now, while I say that's a change, remember, their investment in the facility is huge by comparison to what we've done thus far. They also did step forward, as we were discussing last fall, the possibility of a $5 million final injection to support this process. They stepped forward with tooling on their investment to support the first two contracts, $5.5 million or so. So they had further committed to the activity with that unilateral act at that time. So they're obviously heavily invested in this. I think for our going forward imaging as a partnership institution in the region, ways and means of finding a soft landing to develop a viable third-party investor quickly to take our place is incredibly important. I think also with our relations with the DOD, they are more than aware that we have a lease. We have a lease to have set up as UCF, ICOMAR, and then Bridge, which essentially we operate with employees from UCF inside of the payroll. I'll touch on that in a minute. With that awareness and using Senator Rubio's office to push very strongly to support winning the couple of contracts that Bridge has, I personally do not think it prudent to have any discussion about leaving the activity naked to perform on those contracts, whereas the university has done a terrific job over time in being, among SUS schools, the #1 DOD-supported institution in the state by quite an order of magnitude in research efforts and grants we receive from the DOD. We have a huge relationship with the DOD, the biggest in the SUS system. It exceeds annually over $50 million. So things we would do to keep that relationship strong and growing, I think are incredibly important, and they're an ingredient to how we look at this situation. Now, finally, in terms of preparing Bridge to be more independent, to migrate into the capable hands of a much larger strategic partner, a couple of actions have been initiated before my involvement with the capable help of Maureen Binder. A lot of work has been done to develop a third-party payroll service with a benefits program to, in time, transition the workforce into Bridge and not have it be on UCF payroll system. That's basically been established with a credible vendor. The final issue to work through with the county is the timing of the transference and how that will work. The groundwork for that has been set forth. So that's a key area. The other key area, I think most of us agree who have been involved with this, that the fiscal agency agreement whereby the Research Foundation do the accounting and disbursements for Bridge probably need transferred to it for its own management using, for the moment, obviously not monetized to hire accounting folks, but a third-party accounting firm perhaps, and 3 or 4 have emerged to have the capacity to do that. Probably should look at taking that over. Again, the timing of that would be subject to the good dialogue with the county, but I think both the university and the county would easily support that happening. But these key actions, inconsistent with getting Bridge freestanding status, basically completely, that it can then transition into new hands more seamlessly. So there's been good progress on the details of that, but the timing of both those moves, unfortunately at this point, need discussed. And the letter that came a couple days ago, really, the unfortunate part is it's I think a mild default letter we've received, but it does call for step one, in accordance with the agreements we have with the county, a set of informal discussions initially, which I think are incredibly useful. I'm looking forward with Wes's leadership in having a lot more time to spend on this in detail space
and have the accountability to move forward productively through those discussions, I think is way in our interest. And I think still the trajectory to having a new investor arrive is every bit as exciting in the early contacts we've made, actually a little bit more likely than I even had thought. So I'm very optimistic about that. So my basic bottom line would be what I'd simply like to see us do to have these discussions bear fruit with the county in the next several weeks is delegate to the president the ability to have his team conduct those discussions and have our full support to come back with whatever recommendations congeal out of those discussions with the county, bring those back to us, and it'd probably be, it's going to have to be within the next 3 to 4 weeks, probably maximum, and support that, but let that dialogue occur. So that's the end of my report.
Thanks.
A clarification, I don't think we need to delegate. That's his job. So.
Yeah, I'm saying rather than rather than to pre-negotiate these various issues in public, let that happen. Bring to the board, and management needs to do that. Bring the results back to the board for adjudication, evaluation.
My recollection is we did that at the last board meeting to begin with already.
Questions for Trustee Walsh and Scott?
Thank you, Chair. So first, Trustee Walsh, thank you very much for all you've done as a UCF trustee on behalf of UCF. It gives me a lot of comfort to know that you're deeply involved in this and looking out for our interests. It does feel like on the bridge part, there's a little disconnect from reality in the sense that this has been going on a long time. The fact the bridge board 2 weeks ago had to tell them, hey, start taking some actions to some triage, I think was your word, to do that, is honestly a little frustrating to me because it feels like we're viewed as deep pockets. They're going to be a rescuer. They're going to continue to fund or send them money. And so nobody really wants to be looked at like that, especially considering the $25 million we already have into it. 2 quick questions. One is, and maybe this is a question for you ladies, as our role as an accounting agent, are we funding anything by virtue of that role, payroll, or anything that is coming out of UCF funds today? Or is that all coming out of, this is a question for just for clarity for my part.
So the university is providing that support. So from an HR perspective, the Office of Research has HR managers that comes alongside Bridge and helps them. And then we are recouping a 7% management fee up to $200,000 a year for Bridge. I think total in the last 5 years is $400,000. And that's it. So they're getting the benefit of the accounting software systems that we have, the HR support, the accounting support.
Maybe I don't think I cleared my question. Are we actually using UCF funds to pay any bridge bills? In other words,
yes.
I think we are.
So
are we effectively going deeper into
correct.
our investment in Bridge just by virtue of our role?
That is correct. So all Bridge employees are UCF employees, and payroll won't stop. So payroll will continue to hit regardless of whether
Bridge has money or not.
Is correct.
Okay, so we can continue to get deeper into this just by virtue of the role that we have.
Correct.
Okay. So the second question I have, actually this relates to the merchant banker. Is there a process for selecting that role? Have we thought about that at all? You mentioned one, but I assume there's some kind of process to look at different firms.
Well, the general notion between the two major member parties is that we're the one who have articulated the desire to exit and find an investor. Therefore, generally, we would be seeking that party and providing the compensation to that party, should they be signed up. Now, again, so in our review, I mean, you got the Morgan Stanleys of the world. You have a few other high-profile firms who aren't specialists. AtReg appears to be a boutique specialist in semiconductor fab, if you will, rainmaking, broker.
I'm just curious if there's a process, though, to AtReg may be the perfect one for it. Is there some process to review that, or is just somebody just making that selection?
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion would be at this point to negotiate it. We could put it through again. The procurement process of having bids for it. There are reasonably standard fees with a balance of retainer amounts for those kinds of arrangements that are pretty typical in Lehman scale space. I'd recommend, given the tyranny, the urgent we face, to negotiate with the party that we've spent the most time with. They're experts in this precise space. They seem to make a market in it, but we can defer to the process.
So, yeah, good. Trustee Jurgen, my suggestion, we've done a lot of due diligence on finding this particular one, and my suggestion, in light of the current financial condition of Bridge and our obligations under our lease agreement, that this would be an appropriate emergency purchase for the university. So I think in terms of process, we're fine. And then the way AdReg would charge us, they would charge us a $30,000 a month retainer and then a 5% success fee. Based on the value of the total transaction. Now, we need some clarification from them because ideally the transaction will be substitution of a private entity for UCF under the existing county lease, so we have to value that, but that would be the basis for it.
I just want to make sure we didn't have a footfall on process
right.
by just selecting one. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all my comments and questions.
Again, part of what they'd be promoting inside that, they've developed, firms like that, a prospectus for what it is we're promoting. Part of the definition of that, the county needs to support the assignment of the lease on a similar basis, et cetera, et cetera.
So is this a information item, or we have to take any motion on it?
Information.
Just information.
Any other questions? Yes.
If I could speak for a little bit, and I also want to echo the thanks to Trustee Walsh for the number of hours you've put into this effort. It's been substantial and extremely valuable. As I reflect on this, when I stepped into this role just about a year ago, this was among a list of challenges that we faced. It was not quite as urgent, but as the summer wound on, and by late summer, it was clear as they were coming back to start to ask for more money, we really needed to give it attention. We began in the summer and as the fall progressed, being increasingly clear that this is something we needed to move out of, that this was not core to who we are and where we ought to be allocating resources. And that culminated in the December meeting where, as you will remember, Bridge came to us with a request, came to the board with a request for $5 million. You all, my statement at the time did a couple things. One, I reiterated my enthusiasm and excitement and optimism about NeoCity as a real economic engine and driver for Osceola County and for the region. I'm very excited about the potential there, but balanced against that, the role we should or should not play in that effort. And the desire and, in my mind, mandate for us to move out of the position that we're in and replace us with somebody who could be a much more effective driver of that and catalyst for that, for the success of NeoCity. And you'll recall that you all deferred that decision, and then in January, Bridge notified us that they were, and we deferred that decision pending actions and a number of conditions to be brought back to the board. Those never did come back. We have not seen those. And all of this, frankly, has intensified my frustration with this. More than anything, I've been frustrated by the pace of this work, and it's not because of real strong effort by Scott and team and trying to get this done, and with Trustee Walsh's help. But leadership at Bridge has not moved at the pace that we have been increasingly insistent on for months and months, and to address the problem. And ultimately, to your point, Trustee Jurgen, that problem becomes our problem. And I believe we must move in the direction of taking greater control of the situation. And I don't think we have any choice. Ultimately, with the goal, which is absolutely shared with our partners in Osceola County, of finding a long-term partner who can help NeoCity thrive. And also, none of this is to advocate for walking away from our obligations under the lease to Osceola County. That chart is very important that we all understand. We have a relationship with Osceola County embodied in the lease arrangement. We have a relationship with Bridge under a management services agreement, and we serve as fiscal agent. And so I am not at all advocating for walking away from our commitments. We, under the terms of the lease, have an obligation to operate at a certain level within the facility, and we will uphold that obligation. But I believe, just like Osceola County believed, that we need to take some action to pick up the pace of activity here and get something done. Osceola County embodied that in their notice letter to us to kick off a process. Unless you tell me otherwise, my intent is to do the same with Bridge. We have a requirement under our management services agreement with them to give them 30 days notice of our intent to terminate that agreement. We have the same under our fiscal agent agreement. And I intend, unless you tell me otherwise, to move ahead with that, to start that clock ticking, with the absolute intent that if we are able to pull that back, I would be thrilled to be able to do that if we can get to a solution along the lines of what Trustee Walsh had mentioned. But we have got to start that clock ticking and get us all to the table with the sense of urgency that we have not seen. So I would also advocate strongly for moving ahead with engaging the firm. I know Trustee Walsh mentioned there are some optimistic discussions going, and that's great. But we need to get going on finding a long-term partner. And so we have a proposal on the table. I'd like to work that through the procurement process as quickly as we can. I know Osceola County, having talked with the county manager last night, is supportive of us doing that, understands that, and urges us to do that. I also think we need to move quickly with Osceola County in identifying a management consultant who can help us, and I think we have a couple of good candidates, as Trustee Walsh mentioned, and just get that done. But I'm out of patience. We have got to move, and if this 30-day notice gives us a window in the next 30 days to get to resolution on this in a good way that works as well as possible for everybody, that would be the ultimate goal. But that's my intent in moving forward, unless you all tell me otherwise.
I have two questions. One, when are they going to execute this 1.2 million in reductions? Second question, when is this consultant coming on board, and what kind of who will that consultant report to? I guess, can you either of you answer those questions?
Well, okay, mine, I'm pushing strongly for, I'll give you my version as an advisor on this, not as the doer, but the advisor. The university, beyond just the legal representation in this matter, needs to engage accountably and proactively with internal management to get involved with those very issues. I think Wes is going to be a good segue to have that. Now, a cost down program, to the best of my knowledge, was described by, I believe we talked about it. The county manager mentioned what that consists of in terms of monetary benefit. The execution of it needs to be agreed by the primary partners to the 501c6. And that's still, so I think there's in the first meeting, I think that should be at the top of the list of, okay, it's been presented by management. It's a step in the right direction. Can be argued too much, too little. I think we had agreed internally previously it's going to need some scrubbing from an external expert in this activity, the expertise we don't possess and I don't possess, county doesn't possess.
Is this consultant?
Yes, exactly. On the consultant interviews, I've attended 3 interviews, one in person, one by phone, with an excellent candidate. Yesterday, attended interviews with 2 more with the county. I represented the university in those interviews. I hope going forward we have a management representative involved with this in some depth, such as the other good programs we discuss, But we're at the stage now, I think we're ready to down select next week. But I think that goes on the table with the, and it's in our interest of taking a little more control of the situation. I think that could be a signal that, we have two good candidates have emerged. So we need to finalize, very quickly.
Trustee O'Kady.
Yes, obviously, it's an unfortunate situation, and hindsight's 20/20 here. I appreciate the report and everything that you've done, Trustee Walsh, in following this and participating in it. I would voice support for President Seymour's request to be able to respond to these two demand letters, which maybe they're just sort of procedural and reservation of rights, but they seem more adversarial than maybe collaborative. So I think it's our opportunity to respond similarly, and with perhaps our own demands, including to secure the consultant by a date certain and things like that, that are measurable and that we can hold them accountable to. I would much rather see our funds go towards core mission than to put more money in this if it's ultimately not going to be successful. At the same time, we have an existing significant investment to protect, and I think if we ultimately decide at some point to fund additional amounts, a match by the county makes sense. And I think if that increases the likelihood of the soft landing, as you've articulated, I think that's in everyone's best interest. I do have some questions about the transfer of title to the assets. If I understood you correctly, the assets were transferred from Bridge to the county? Tooling. Equipment.
The building is already
correct.
The county's. However, on our present lease agreement, the title to the building reverts to UCF at 30 years. And the same as the content of the building, the tooling in it. Would have, but now with this move, the tooling is now owned by the county.
I would like to understand that better, or perhaps that needs to be addressed in our response to their demand letter, whether that was a appropriate action. And certainly those assets have significant value that could have been or could be leveraged for financing.
Well, I mean, there are indication, and there's an agreement that I don't know, has been finalized with Bridge on the use of the tooling can be used by Bridge. I believe they're very open to, without litigating it publicly, the use of the tooling to support lending. But in the case now that they have title again, it'll be one by one, they'd have to approve the lending deal.
I understand.
If their tooling's used.
You voted against it in your capacity as a director of that board. I guess where I come from, a two-member organization, one member transferring assets out to themselves, I just would love to understand that better and make sure that was proper. The last thing I would say is I agree with the engagement of our own consultant. If it's an emergency purchase, then perhaps we avoid an RFP, assuming you've diligenced this consultant and they're qualified. I guess one question is, and in particular, again, as we respond to the demand letter, is that an opportunity to request advance consent to have the right to transfer our interest? Because we could go through a lengthy process, and if our counterparty there ultimately has to approve that and doesn't, that would obviously be problematic.
If I can interject, first of all, on the tools, just based on my conversations with the county manager, I would not read too much into that. I think that will be on the table as we enter into detailed discussions, and I'm confident at this point that we can work through that one. And I also think that your last point is, one of the key subjects when we come together next week. I've committed to the county manager in response to their letter that has asked for this, that we absolutely will seek to sit down with them at length, beginning as soon as possible next week. But that's, those are the sorts of things we need to work through together.
So who's paying for the consultant? I mean, they're not an employee, so how's that work?
I have a recommendation. We have the line of sight to attracting someone for 12 to 18 months or more is going to be firmness of compensation. I've recommended either the university or the county or both separately fund that person. Okay, there's vis-a-vis these
they can't
discussions.
make payroll, so I was just wondering how they were going to make a.
That's another.
I look at that
That's
as
another
something,
discussion.
frankly, I'm trying to navigate through. We have an existing set of agreements. I'm trying to navigate through as graceful an exit from those as possible. I think there are some places we're going to have to spend a bit of money to do that. I want us to be able to control that as opposed to the request before of asking for a check to be turned over to others to make decisions on. I would think at this point that if we had to pay for that ourselves, it would be an investment in order to achieve our ultimate goal. If the county was willing to share in that expense, I'd welcome that as well. Frankly, I look at the cost on the broker to help find the long-term partner the same way. I'd also like to think because we have an attractive asset in a low-cost annual lease that we could negotiate in the cost of that transaction into the terms of the new partner coming in. So.
Any other questions? Again, Trustee Walsh, for all your excellent, and I know
Thank you.
trying work.
Now, with your permission, while not being on the bridge board, I'll continue to support in any way that I can.
Absolutely, you're not getting, like I told
I'm
Trustee
not
Gaikwad, nobody gets, when you're
Sorry.
when you're off this board, you're relieved. Okay, so now we'll hear the rest of the emerging issue updates in the afternoon lunch session because we are way behind. So we'll now move to the committee discussions, and Trustee Sprouse has to drop off the cell, so yeah, we got time. So I'm going to ask him to give his report first. He has 3 motion items. And anyway, Trustee Sprouse, are you ready to give your report, committee report? Comp and Labor.
Can everyone hear me?
We can, yes. Hi, Maureen.
Okay, great. So the Comp and Labor Committee met yesterday to consider several items. There was originally 4 items to come before the board. The first one, CL1, we reviewed the draft presidential assessment criteria, and we had a great conversation about adding or revising a number of the items in that criteria around adding additional criteria around financials, governance, and performance-based funding. So what we agreed to do was to have the staff go back, take all of the suggestions that came out of the committee, revise the document, and bring it back to the committee, and then we will bring it back to the board. So CL1 won't be presented today. Second item is CL2, which is the presidential executive compensation analysis. We reviewed an analysis that was done by an outside firm called Siegel. That assessment benchmarked total compensation and all the component parts thereof against 3 different benchmark groups: a peer group of colleges and universities that we had used in prior years when we had done these kinds of analysis, an aspirant group of universities, they are all listed in the report, and the state university system, all the Florida institutions, the compensation of those presidents. 2 main purposes for the review. One is it is required by BOG regulations as we go forward to make an offer to have a new president approved that we've had a market comparison assessment done. More importantly, it's to provide data to support our board chair in her negotiations with our new president to give her the information with respect to the marketplace. If you've had a chance to review the report, you'll see there's a wealth of data across these various comparator groups. And as well, there is a section on variable compensation alternatives so that we have some flexibility as we move into negotiations with the selected candidate to be able to craft a total compensation package that both the individual and the university can live with. The consultants are available on the phone if anyone has any questions with respect to the report. We're not going to present it here. And I move approval of CL2.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Go ahead, Trustee Sprouse.
Great, thank you. The third item we reviewed was CL3, which is the termination of the performance unit plan. I think most of the trustees are aware, but maybe some are not, that since 2007, we have had a performance unit incentive plan for the president and the vice presidents that put about 15% of their total compensation at risk. and into a long-term incentive program that incented against a rolling series of 3-year performance goals. Participants had the potential to receive between 50 and 200% of their planned target based on performance of the university against various metrics that were changed for each 3-year period. At this time, the staff and the president believe, and the committee supports, that this plan is no longer appropriate as part of the compensation package for the senior leaders at the university. I would point out anecdotally that we are the only university in the state university system of Florida that had such a long-term incentive program below the president level. During our discussion, the committee requested that our HR staff look at 2 consequences of this elimination. First, what, if anything, should be done with respect to this 15% of compensation for the participants that's now no longer subject to this long-term incentive plan? What, if anything, should we be doing about that? And whether or not there may be a different incentive vehicle that we should be implementing for this team that makes sense in terms of driving performance for the university. So with those 2 caveats that we will come back to the committee and to the board in the near future, we unanimously approve CL3, and I now move approval.
I'll move the motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
He moved approval.
He moved.
Second.
He need,
I moved approval.
okay, I'll second it,
That's what I thought.
Chris, sorry.
Okay, great. So any discussion?
None.
Okay.
It's the end of the story.
Okay, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Thank you. Next, Trustee Sprouse. Chair Sprouse.
Okay, the final item, thank you. The final item that we discussed were the performance unit plan awards and what should be done with them with respect to the 2015-2018 period, which is the last period that we have complete performance results. Attachment A to CL4 in your packet shows the actual performance measurements that were used and the results that were obtained in that period. And attachment B shows you the participants and the potential awards for that particular plan period. President Seymour and the staff have recommended that we eliminate and not pay the 2015-2018 incentive awards that were earned, utilizing the language in the plan that allows the board to reduce, modify, suspend, or eliminate incentive awards for any performance period when, in the discretion of the board, prudence deems such action appropriate. The staff and the president base this recommendation on the ability of the board to have a finding of, quote, adverse financial conditions, close quote, as that is defined in the plan, which I believe all of the board members should have a copy of that plan. Obviously, it's not in the deck, but you would have received it in your initial orientation. There was significant discussion in the committee about the competing arguments of the current financial situation the university finds itself in, which is a reality, versus the reality that, per the terms of the plan, these awards were earned at the end of fiscal year 2018, and there's not 100% clarity about whether or not the finding of adverse financial condition of the plan refers to current realities or the financial conditions in place during the term of the plan. We did discuss in the committee whether or not we, the university, is at risk from a legal perspective if we eliminate this $178,000 of earned compensation. So the committee voted 3-1 to bring CL4 to the full board. Want to be fully transparent, I voted in favor to move CL4 to the full board. I am troubled by the idea that we would eliminate earned compensation from participants. I think that's a bad message to send. I do, however, know, and I have confirmed independently, that the participants, at least those still employed by the university, do support this action. So in order to move this forward, I move approval of CL4.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Chair C and,
Yes.
and Chair Sproles. This topic is a little harder than the prior one, eliminating a plan going forward versus deciding to not award something that, by all measures, has been earned. If you look at the metrics, it was earned 48.04%, give or take. Earned and in a prior period. It's not lost on me that this recommendation is coming from the staff, in many cases those who would be the intended recipients of the awards, and that they believe it's in the best interest to have us decide not to pay them. I also think that in many cases the folks who would receive these perhaps not part of the problems that we've had in challenges in the recent past, but presumably part of the solutions. And so that weighs heavily on me as well. At the same time, this does constitute the senior leadership team that was in place during a period of time where we did have challenges. And I think to award these bonuses in the current financial situation that we find ourselves would be a little tone deaf to the overall atmosphere in which we find ourselves. And so, like Chairman Sproles, I find myself challenged to not pay something that has been earned, but overall, in the best interest of the organization and using the discretion that we have under the plan and the grant documents, I believe we should agree to not pay them.
Thank you, Trustee O'Kady. Any other comments?
I would just like to say that the fact that the participants that would benefit from this have agreed that this is not the right thing to do, so that we shouldn't pay it, that's where I lay my decision on it. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Chairman C.
Yes, sir.
If I could just mention that the folks that have said they believe that we shouldn't pay it in terms of the participants are those that are actively employed by the university. There are folks that are no longer employed by the university, and I'm not talking about folks that we terminated for other reasons, who obviously haven't spoken. And while we are comfortable in the legal analysis that the board has the ability to exercise discretion to decide not to pay these awards, that doesn't mean there isn't some risk involved, at least with respect to those folks that no longer are employed by the university but were participants in that plan. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just for point of clarification regarding the motion, the motion was moved forward for discussion is to pay these.
Not to.
Not to pay. Okay, good.
Not
No.
to pay.
Okay, all
And
right.
did we
Not
get a
to pay.
second on that?
All right.
Yes.
We have a second.
He has a second.
We've had our discussion, and we have another input. Yes?
Just to be clear, in order to make sure that we are on solid legal ground, we do need a finding that there is adverse financial circumstances. That is the basis under the plan for not making the payments. So there should at least be some minimal discussion of that. It's in your discretion. And I believe you, Ms. Bender, talked about that at the committee meeting.
Yeah, yes, I did. And we talked about the fact that during that period of time, there was an audit finding that took us back into the Trevor Colburn Hall situation, and that the finding was that the money that we thought we had, we didn't have. It was the wrong type of money to be used, et cetera, et cetera. So during the period of time of which this cycle covers, the financial condition was not what we thought it was.
Okay. Satisfied? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we've got to move quickly through the other committee reports. Thank you, Trustee Sproles, for that detail that we needed in order to understand this and take action. So I'm going to ask that we move through the reports quickly. We don't need a lot of detail, just hit a couple of highlights or defer your report if there's no action to be taken. So, Advancement Committee report.
All
Trustee
right.
Gaikwan.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yesterday, February 19th, was the most recent meeting we have in Advancement Committee. Moving forward, the Advancement Committee will meet day prior to the Board of Trustees meeting for the convenience, That's what we decided. And during yesterday's Advancement Committee meetings, Senior AVP from the Advancement, Karen Cochran, shared the details overview of the UCF Ignite campaign results. Mike Mosberger was not there. He was in ER and he's not feeling well. I hope he feels well. The goal was set for 8 years was $500 million. The UCF Foundation raised more than $531 million in gifts and commitment. I asked a simple question, how many people work in the department and all that. So this is for FYI, 131 people work for the office, and their salaries and benefit, if we think, and new trustees are on the board, for their benefit, I asked, it's around $15 million a year we pay to raise that money. The last year of the campaign, which is 19, result in over $141 million in funding and results. And I have some additional comments, and they're very straightforward. And I want to thank you for my committee, which is Chair C, Chair Martin, and others, those who guiding me through this, and it's very, important for my part. As a chair of this committee, I feel it's important to reiterate to the staff necessity to waiting process for naming to be considered by the Board of Trustees. I emphasize more than enough that we need to have some kind of correct vetting system. They do have it, it's not working, and it's evident, so the committee decided to give a direction to that. The Advancement Committee is charged with the responsibility to review and vet all naming opportunities that will seek Board of Trustees approval prior to the discussion moving to the full board. This process must be honored, and that message has been given. Additionally, this committee must be given proper time to review such naming opportunities. As a chair, I will not entertain any request for the naming opportunities to be reviewed without proper and robust material being presented for our consideration and a time needed properly to review the information given. It's very important because they call it 2 days ahead and 1 day ahead and try to tell us, go ahead and put in the committee and now this naming is decided. It's a disastrous, and we saw the results of it. So that's what we did it. And the last thing I asked them, and I always like it in just business, I want to see benchmarking. We raised $531 million in 8 years compared to, we have 13 universities. Let's see where we benchmark ourselves. And that's my report to you, and I'm waiting for those reports.
Okay,
I'll be
great.
short and sweet, so.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you,
Yes.
Trustee Gaikwad. Trustee Conti, audit and compliance.
Nothing like giving an audit and compliance before lunch. Thank you. I have 3 action items which will be taken up on the consent agenda and 6 information items, but I'll go as quickly as possible. I've pared it down quite a bit. During our February 13th committee meeting, Rhonda Bishop, Vice President of Compliance and Risk, provided an overview of the proposed updates to the committee's charter. The updates included several housekeeping items, such as Mrs. Bishop's title, and the addition of a section to reflect the committee's oversight of the Developing Enterprise Risk Management Program and the university's insurance program. The revised charter was unanimously approved by the committee and is included in today's consent agenda. As required on an annual basis, Robert Taft, Chief Audit Executive, reported on the results for the Board of Governors Performance-Based Funding Data Integrity Certification Audit. The report prepared by the university audit was accepted by the committee and is included in the consent agenda. Mr. Taft also gave an update on the Board of Governors Performance-Based Data Integrity Certification Form. This form was completed based on the results of the audit and is required to be signed by the university president and the chair of the Board of Trustees prior to the submission to BOG. The committee approved presenting the form as completed for signature, and the form is included again in the consent agenda. In addition to these action items, the board received information updates from both Mr. Taft and Mrs. Bishop. Mr. Taft provided the University Audit Department status update. The overview included information on ongoing audit projects, department staffing plans, the department's use of social media, and the upcoming audit projects. Mr. Taft also discussed the insurance and availability to the Committee of External Audit Reports prepared for each of UCF's direct service organizations, or DSOs. All of the DSO audit reports for the most current reporting period received an unqualified or unmodified opinion from their respective external audit firms. Ms. Bishop provided updates on the compliance, ethics, and risk programs. Included in Ms. Bishop's update was an overview of the annual compliance and ethics report that covers the efforts of the comprehensive program and includes the efforts of compliance partners. Ms. Bishop highlighted the development of a youth protection program that was launched in March 19. The program includes a university policy that sets expectations for the protection of minors while participating in UCF-sponsored programs and includes requirements for background screening, employee training, registration, programs involving minors. We forget minors. There are a lot of minors on the campus, as well as those that are attending actual college at a young age. So that was important. Ms. Bishop also provided an update on the status of the fiscal 20 work plan and highlighted reports received through the UCF Integrity Line, provided an update on the development of the Enterprise Risk Management Program and the Ethical Culture and Perceptions Assessment, which is scheduled for March 17th, 20 through April 17th, 20. Ms. Bishop provided an overview of the ongoing national discussion regarding the foreign influence and the threats posed to the United States and the integrity of research from China's foreign talent programs. UCF is responding to legislative requests for information regarding the university's efforts to mitigate risks associated with unauthorized sharing of information. Ms. Bishop appeared before the Florida House of Representatives Select Committee on Tuesday to discuss the university's efforts. You did a great job. I'd just like to recognize Rhonda if she's here. Is Rhonda here?
Yeah.
Rhonda, if you could stand up, thank you. That was a wonderful job. Thank you. The committee also received an update on the post-investigation action plan, efforts to ensure and validate the appropriate completion of recommendations, and the number of completed and outstanding action items. Was that quick enough?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so, let's see okay. So now we have educational programs. Trustee Bradley.
Thank you. Our Education Programs Committee met on Thursday, February 6th. We welcomed 2 new trustees, Vice Chair McAlpin and Trustee Mills, and I might add they've already made a huge impact already on our first meeting. And also thanked in absentia Chair Garvey for his 11 years of leadership as the chair of our committee. We bring to you 3 recommendations that we approve that will be on our consent agenda, as well as we also detailed information items that we reviewed. And one I'm going to ask eventually just be placed in our handouts just for information because it was very, very educational. The first 2 items are it's under one heading, EP1, were 2 faculty hires for tenure with hire. We already heard from President Seymour about Professor Carolina Cruz Niera, who will serve as the Gary Chair in the Department of Computer Science. And she comes to us as our 7th, refresh my memory, 7th nationally recognized
National Academy of
National,
Engineering.
thank you very much. Incredible recognition. And then also Associate Professor Dirk Reiners. They both are assigned to the College of Engineering and Computer Science. They've met the tenure requirement, and by the way, we as a committee also reviewed the tenure requirements, which is extensive and really stems and emanates from our faculty. The second item is a Master of Science in Computer Vision, which is being presented for a new degree. It is a subfield where UCF ranks 5th in the nation based on the strength of our faculty and publications. It aims to provide technical skills and knowledge to future professionals who seek to acquire expertise in computer vision and its related STEM areas, and I understand this has implications also for artificial intelligence. By the way, before that, Dr. Letzering, our Senior Associate Provost for Academic Affairs, provided us a very detailed list, single-spaced, full page of all of the steps we go through, not just at a department level, at a college level, at the university level, but also at the state level to approve a new program. And that is what I'd like to eventually just hand out to this board because it's fascinating. And we received that with great information. The third
on the vision.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Mubarak Shah, I believe, is one of the most quoted or cited, there we go, got the word, cited in this field. And he's been on our faculty and is well recognized.
It's exceptional, and this is a program like many of our other programs that are building on the strength of what we already have at UCF, which is exciting. The last item, which is a consent agenda item, is EP3, a PhD in Sustainable Coastal Systems. This is Groundhog Day for you. We have reviewed this in our July 18th meeting and also in July at our Board of Trustees meeting. But due to timing, the academic program is now being resubmitted to you so that it aligns with the Board of Governors' timeline for approval and recognition. And if we agree today, that will be on the June 2020 Board of Governors agenda for consideration. As you know, this program studies the coastal transition zone between the land and the sea, gives rise to complex issues in science, technology, and public policy, and as my understanding, spans several of our specific interest and research at the university, so we're gaining expertise from more than one college. The other two items that were presented were informational, both from our interim provost, Michael Johnson, as well as our dates for the rest of the year. Madam Chairperson, they don't need approval, but they come with our recommendation, the items that are on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ken. I'll provide the executive committee report. We met on December 16th, 2019. We were provided with two informational items, board emerging issues and an enrollment data analytics update. Both of these topics were addressed today, so I thank the trustees for their engagement. That concludes my report. Trustee Martins.
Thank you, Chair C.
Yours.
The Finance and Facilities Committee met on January the 28th, and we had a very robust agenda. I'm not going to cover everything. I'm just going to cover those items that are on the consent agenda. I would just
Great.
recommend to the board that they review the minutes from the committee's meeting. So, consent agenda items for your approval. FF1 today, L3 Harris Engineering external building signage change. The Harris Engineering Building, as it's been called and signed in the past, Harris and L3 merged recently. And so the request is being made that the external building signage be changed to L3 Harris Engineering. L3 Harris is going to bear the cost of the change of that signage. The committee unanimously approved that change during its meeting. FF2 on the consent agenda similarly is a building name change to the Health and Public Affairs Building. If you recall, on July 1st of last year, the College of Health and Public Affairs and the College of Education and Human Performance were reorganized and repurposed into the College of Health Professions and Sciences and the College of Community Innovation and Education. So we are requesting the name change to the Health and Public Affairs buildings. That cost will be approximately $25,000, and the signage will be funded from existing College of Health Professions and Sciences auxiliary account. That was unanimously approved by the committee. FF3, Oracle Technical Support Services Agreement Renewal. The preceding Technical Support Services Agreement covered the period between December 19th, 2014 and December 19th, 2019. The purpose of the new agreement is to cover that support beginning December 19th, 2019 to December 19th, 2020. The advantage of signing this multi-year agreement is that it provides for no price increases over that stated time period. The agreement that has expired had an annual cost of $1,998,702.97. The new agreement is at an annual cost of, to be precise, the new agreement is at an annual cost of $2,038,677.03 per year, for a total 3-year cost of $6,116,031.09. The annual cost difference between the old and new agreement is $39,974.06, or exactly 2%, which is, quite a good negotiation, quite frankly, to increase over that period of time for only 2%. So UCF IT maintains an ongoing technical support agreement as background with Oracle to obtain timely software updates, security patches, and application changes conforming to new regulatory and tax requirements for the university's enterprise business systems. This support services agreement covers the university's PeopleSoft financial system, human resources system, grants management system, student information system, customer-facing portal, MyUCF, and the Oracle databases supporting these applications. This was unanimously approved by the committee and again is on the consent agenda for your approval. And then finally, FF4, the parking and housing auxiliary facilities operating budgets for 2020-2021 were presented. They were unanimously approved by the committee, and they are on the consent agenda for your approval. That concludes my report, Chair C.
Thank you, Alex. Trustee Yergin, you're recognized for Governance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have two items, one on the full board approval and the other on the consent agenda. The first item for full board approval relates to amendments to the bylaws of the Central Florida Clinical Practice Organization. The committee considered the amendments that were proposed and were approved by the organization. We did make a couple of changes to those bylaws, and we approved it unanimously with the changes, which are described in your board materials. Those bylaws went back to the organization, and that was approved, I believe, just yesterday by that organizational board. So on behalf of the Governance Committee, I move approval of the bylaws as amended for the Central Florida Clinical Practice Organization.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Next, we have one item on the consent agenda, Madam Chair, related to UCF 4.036, skateboarding, skating, and similar activities. And the purpose of the amendments was to include scooters or scooting in the in that regulation, and that was considered and approved unanimously by the committee and on the consent agenda. We did have other items we discussed for sake of time. They'll be available in the minutes for the full board to review.
Trustee Yergin, did I see you arriving on a scooter today?
I did, yeah. It was, yeah.
And were you wearing a helmet? Were you wearing a helmet?
I do highly recommend that every trustee try it. It's awesome.
They're all over, so it's
Yeah, they
pretty,
are.
yeah, you see them all over. So that concludes my report. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds like a fun.
Trustee Yergin. So now, let's see, we have the consent agenda.
Madam Chairman, I'd move the consent agenda as presented and recommended by our subcommittees.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Consent agenda passes. All right, so I'm going to move right through the break. You can leave if you need to. We're just going to have some new business. First one, and I'll just read this really quickly, but you need to be informed. We need to address at some point our institutional mission statement. Your board materials outline the mission statement that was last approved by the Board of Trustees May 21st, 2009. Consultation with the Board of Trustees, the next president will lead the development of a new proposed strategic plan, and it'll be reviewed and ultimately approved by the Board of Trustees. So this process will include a comprehensive review of the institutional mission with broad-based input from stakeholder groups that should consider how the mission statement most accurately describes the institution's current character and is consistent with the mission and purpose of the state university system as defined by the Board of Governors. In anticipation of presidential search activity and having finalists on campus in the coming months, I've asked that the mission statement come before the board today to ensure you're familiar with our current mission statement and encourage you to begin thinking about how a thorough review of the mission statement will drive the work of a new strategic plan. We're not taking any action related to the mission statement today, but I welcome comments or observations. I think, Trustee Self, you kind of raised the fact that it's not included in our current plan, and some entities are using an old mission statement, and some are using the one that was approved by the board. So we want to get all that cleaned up. But it may come up, as we're talking to candidates, and, just beware that we'll be revising all of that collectively.
I think it's important that the board owns the mission statement moving forward and that impacts both the strategic plan, new president, and really looking at it, again, with 2020 eyes to say, is this what we want the mission of the university to be? And we own that as a board. So I think that's important.
So to follow up on that, Trustee Self, I think it'll be important as we go through the interview process to help the candidates understand that this truly is an 11-year-old mission statement, and that, through their leadership and direction and the direction of the board, we're going to be updating it as we go through the process.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, any other comments? If not, the next item requires board approval. Let's see, I think trustee Sprouse could not be here. He had to drop off, and so Rhonda's going to take over and present to you our crisis response task force recommendation, emerging issues and crisis response task force. Rhonda, go ahead.
Thank you. Waiting for my PowerPoint to come up. Dr. Larry Barton was supposed to be here with me today to help present. As you know, he kicked off this initiative during a luncheon and provided an overview on crisis management. Unfortunately, due to a family health emergency, he needed to be away. But I just want to say how much we appreciated his expertise throughout this process and how he continues to support UCF as this is an evolving discussion at our university. So just as background, the post-investigation action plan approved by the board during the July 2019 meeting included a recommendation for expanded crisis leadership. In response to that recommendation, the executive committee approved the creation of a task force in August of 2019. The 12-person task force met between October and December of 2019 and consisted of representation from both faculty and staff, as well as leadership from Trustee Lord and later by Trustee Sprouse. The task force met 5 times during October and December and developed the report that is included in your materials today. We also received input from Chair C as well as Trustee Sprouse before finalizing the committee's report that are in your packets today. I'm going to provide a brief overview, and I understand that we are on time constraints, and so everything I'm going to cover today is in your report, so I'm going to try to move as long as quickly as possible so you can get to lunch. So the committee was charged with providing a recommendation back to the board regarding board and administration interaction as a result of a crisis, including notification and communication during a crisis. There were 4 objectives identified for the task force. That was for us to identify different types of crises which could impact the university, outline our current response capabilities, as well as define a severity index and identify opportunities for the university to strengthen our current or respond current capabilities. The task force felt that it was very important as it began to engage in its work to clearly define the difference between an issue. We all deal with issues on an ongoing basis. They're typically temporary. They don't have long-term impacts or repercussions to the university and typically do not stop normal operations. In contrast, a crisis is an event that can often be very sudden or unexpected and disrupt the normal operations of the university and have ongoing or long-term impacts to the reputation of the university. The task force also appreciated the fact that an issue may become a crisis, and so you've heard the term emerging issue over and over, and the task force used that and realizes the severity index, which I will provide a brief overview on later. That process is identifying emerging issues that could quickly turn into crises. As a summary of task force activity, we explored many different examples of crises that could, also looking at what has already impacted UCF in the past, as well as looking across the country at other institutions of higher education. We also looked at different types of industries and what type of crises may have impacted them. We identified 4 different categories of crises and developed the chart that's before you today. And you can see it depends on whether it's a gradual emergence, abrupt emergence, internal or external. And these are just examples of the crises the committee identified. We also, as I said before, collected and reviewed our internal plans, and those are represented in the report. And lastly, we developed the severity index, which we're going to recommend adoption of today. This is the first half of the severity index that was developed as a result of the committee's work. We looked at external crises severity indexes to help inform this, as well as discussion of the committee. We tested the severity index using the examples of crises we had identified. And as you can see, the impact and the severity of a crisis will grow from a level 0, where very minimal impact, to a level 3, which would have very significant impacts to the university. The bottom half of the chart is what starts to inform the interaction between the board and leadership. During this process of identifying what existed, we did identify that previously there had been an ad hoc internal group. However, that group did not currently exist. I took the task force's recommendations back to the President's Leadership Council and received approval from President Seymour to develop an emerging issues and crisis response team. That team has been meeting and dealing with recent events. And so you see them laid out here as a very key point of using the severity index and to inform interactions with the board. The task force recommendation is adoption of the severity index by the Board of Trustees. There were also several procedural recommendations that the severity index be maintained by ESORT, the acronym that we're using for the internal team, that there be early and frequent communication with the board chair and full board, so therefore the severity index should never limit communication. And lastly, that the severity index be used to inform when the board chair engages with the Board of Trustees Executive Committee or full board. Some of the opportunities identified were around tabletop exercises and scheduling those, improving some business practices such as looking at partnerships the university have, as well as identifying resources such as external exports that could support the university during crisis. Before I end today, I want to recognize all the members of the task force who are listed up here. I also want to recognize Andrea Gandy, who's a member of my team, who provided superb support and knowledge throughout the process and developed many of the materials that are before you today. And with that, Madam Chair, I end and...
Excellent, Rhonda. Thank you. So before I call a motion to allow for committee discussion, I'd also like to thank former trustee Lord. I'd like to thank trustee John Sprouse, the member of the task force, Rhonda and Andrea in particular. I know working with Larry Barton, thanking him. You all put in a number of hours and a lot of thought into this. I've been starting to say I'd like to see the staff of the leadership looking over these risk analysis before you bring something to the board. So if there's issues, start thinking about how they're going to be mitigated and get them mitigated if you can before they come before the board. So that work is going to, I think, help us a lot in a number of areas. Really thankful for everything everyone's done on the task force. So may I have a motion to adopt the severity index as outlined and recommended by the Crisis Management Task Force?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
I know a list like they've created is not meant to be all-inclusive for we do not know what the future, what we face, but how would something that wouldn't be necessarily on the list be handled? Is my question making sense?
Yes, so the chart that we provided that had categories of different types of crises, those are examples only.
Only,
So in
thank you.
other words, a
Very
crisis
helpful.
doesn't have to be, that was just to provide the board some examples.
We can't always, I don't know that anybody
never
3 months ago would have
anticipate.
been, suggested
Right.
that something like a virus could be.
Right, we can try to
Changing the
take, by looking at what we're seeing around the country, trends, try to make informed projections, but as we all know, organizations never know what the unknown is.
Comments, questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Rhonda, for your presentation. Please share my thanks with Larry Barton for his expertise on our subject. I have one additional item of new business. At the January Board of Governors meeting, the Board of Governors endorsed the Florida Student Association's Food and Housing Insecurity Appropriations request contained in House Bill 3419. Ms. Zanani Johnson, the president of the Florida Student Association and a member of the Board of Governors, made a compelling case for the need for this additional assistance so homeless students can have access to the basic necessity of life. Chair Kitson sent the board chairs a letter endorsing this, and I believe I had it, the board office sent it to all. So the request is for $340,000 to be distributed equally among the 12 state university institutions to provide additional resources for campus housing and food insecurity programs. Now, so of course, when things like this happen, we do a little bit of research and we divide by 12, we see what our number is, and we know it's nowhere near enough, but it's very thankful and great contribution, and we're very appreciative that the student government has brought this to our attention. So I wanted to ask our student trustee, Kyler Gray, to provide his insight on student homelessness and hunger at UCF and how our board can help.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair C. And I'm happy to report that the legislation that has joint sponsorship in the House and the allocation for the $340,000 was a UCF initiative. It was started here at a July FSA meeting, and so we're happy to see the progress of that legislation. But as you alluded to previously, $340,000 divided amongst 12 institutions is only $28,000. And so I think it goes without saying that it's incredibly hard to pass your classes when you don't have food in the fridge or a stable roof over your head. And so we have really tackled this issue, and Ms. Katie Seymour has also been huge on this issue of what we can do. And Dr. Mary Beth Ehas helped provide us with some figures that I'd like to give to the board and our audience. And so our Student Care Services, which is under the Student Development and Enrollment Services, has done a fantastic job of trying to coordinate and identify what populations of students are struggling in this regard. And it's very hard to identify those because mainly it's from students that file individual financial concern referrals. And so if we look into fall 2018 and spring 2019, we will notice that almost 160, and this does not entail every single student, these are just the ones that have reported, 160 students have had referrals to the Student Care Services for various financial concerns. Homelessness waivers. So in fall 2018 and spring 2019, we saw some increases in homelessness waivers. And I'll get more on that in a second. So typically what we've used to assist in these measures is the Knight's Emergency Fund. Unfortunately, this emergency fund has been depleted to approximately $2,900 at this time. So we can't help these students unless we get some more funds in there. And we have a bunch of resources at this campus that are intended to help students, but they're at such a small scale that it's not seeing the impact that it needs to see. In our dining support scholarships, we can only support 56 students. In our book scholarships, we can only support 20 students. In our housing scholarships, we can only support roughly 10 students. And with 160 students reporting that they have financial concerns and roughly 50 on homelessness waivers, this is not helping the problem. And to give you a little bit more insight on what food insecurity is doing for our students, we recently did a study in 2016 on specifically food and housing insecurity problems. And students reported, 55% of these students reported that these problems caused them to not be able to buy a required textbook. 54 reported missing a study session. 53% reported missing a class. 25% reported dropping a class. And 81% reported not performing as well in their academics as they otherwise could have. So my charge for this board and for the rest of the institution is to figure out a solution to this problem. And I think the plain and cut solution is an expansion of resources. So luckily, we have a gracious donor to the university, the Corey family, which has sponsored an endowed scholarship fund of $50,000 to support students facing housing and food insecurity. There will be a challenge on UCF Day of Giving to unlock these funds once 150 donors make a gift to the Student Emergency Fund, and increasing that from the very small $2,900 that we currently have. My charge for the board, and obviously if I had some money, I'm on a college student budget, I would donate to this, is to make these donations. And let's match the Corey family in this scholarship and get these funds up. Dr. Ehas provided us with just some staunch figures of what we can do. And basically, at the bare minimum, to tackle food insecurity to the level that we need $210,000. And that's at the bare minimum. Housing insecurity, $89,000. So roughly $300,000. And I can tell you that for the remainder of my term up until May 7th, I'm going to be hard pressed on seeing what solutions we can make for this and helping in the active fundraising of these funds. Because, as I said previously, our students are here to obtain an education. And it's our job not only to provide that education, but to ensure that our students have the most ample amount of resources available to them to be successful. And we're letting some students down in this regard. So that's my report in that sense.
Thank you, Tyler. Do we have any offers here?
Madam Chairperson, the item before us is to add our support to the legislation going through. Is that what the item that's before us? I know that the challenge is different, but I know the action step, or are we taking an action?
It doesn't require any action from us other than to write a letter as requested, so I assume each of us are planning
And
on
I will be
writing
going up to
that
Tallahassee next week to help lobby and get this bill through, hopefully next week as well.
Yes.
Is it,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Trustee Martin.
Is it our lobby that's taking care of this, Janet Owen?
Janet has assisted, but I will tell you that it's mainly been a student-led initiative.
Strong student-led.
Okay,
I was up there for 3 separate weeks in the month, so.
We can get from you the names and people to talk to relevant to some
Absolutely.
information? Good.
Absolutely.
Kyler, first of all, thanks for your leadership on this. Obviously, it's an issue that we need to pay attention to and address. You certainly have my support, and I will participate in the challenge.
I will as well.
Just, anybody else?
Can we collectively agree that we can match the Corey 50,000? And then.
Collectively, yeah.
Collectively, yeah.
Let's do it.
Or some of us. Thank you.
I said yes.
Thank you. I think this means a lot
It does.
to Trustee Kyler to be able to, achieve
Absolutely.
this with this board. Go ahead. I
Yeah.
didn't mean
No,
to-
I just had a informational question just on background. So what's the funding mechanism for the emergency fund?
So basically, and I think Dr. Ehas can add a little bit more to this. Essentially, if a student comes into Student Care Services, and let's say a few years ago we had an apartment building burned down, everything is lost in that fire. They put in a notice or referral through that office, and they can help them get certain amounts of those funds. But it's nothing that's, huge in any way.
But where are those funds coming from in order to help support?
They're coming from private donations.
All from private donations?
Majority of which, yeah.
It's not enough. So
Got it.
with
Okay,
the
thank you.
Corey and with us, that's a third of the money that they are estimating they need. And then on Giving Day, Corey Match is asking for 150 donors. I'm comfortable we are hitting the housing if we all donate, and food. The many people that do the smaller donations can keep the food allowance increasing. But to me, the big ticket item is getting them the housing they need.
Chair, see, we have a hospitality whole division, where food can be arranged at the lower cost or something like that. We have our own in-house resources, you need to look through it.
So we
You
have
know,
our
so I
night's
think-
pantry.
Yeah, because they have a huge
phenomenal
kitchen and
job.
all that, they're doing always sample cookings and all that, why not,
So, Trustee Gray, is Knights Pantry funded through this $2,900, or is that a separate fundraising through the foundation?
That's a separate fundraising for it. I would like to say that Katie Seymour and some of the members of my team are also working in collaboration with Knights Pantry to do an initiative called Swipe Out Hunger, which essentially allows students to use unused swipes at our dining locations and things like that. And so in terms of food insecurity, we're making great gain on that, but housing is really somewhere where we've got to step the game up.
Okay, housing.
May I ask the president a question? Do any of these needs or resource needs, could they be funded through any of our direct budget items?
Yes, and some of them are staffed. These require staffing support as well. Knights Pantry and the housing initiatives are there are people across the university. So that's where some of it does. Mary Beth, maybe you can speak to other specific funding sources that we're able to.
I mean, we're at $1.8 billion. It seems like $300,000 we could figure out how to
extract out.
fund these things. So.
Actually, our food pantry, which there's a number of, the need continues to increase, is pretty much funded by volunteers. We have student volunteers who run it. We have a staff member who's added on to her job the training and marketing, but mostly it's all students. Lucky's that just closed was one of our biggest resources for donating food to the pantry, so that's a concern of ours right now. In terms of the housing, it's vouchers for one evening, support in a local hotel, a week in UCF housing on campus. So we really need to expand that opportunity. We just, as Kyler mentioned, we just don't have, that kind of the funding to really meet that need. So, and right now there isn't a budget identified to support that.
So to facilitate all of this, I'm recommending that we create the Kyler Board Challenge. And Kyler, you work with Karen to figure out how the board gets our pledges to you.
Take Venmo?
Absolutely. I look forward to it. Thank you for your support.
I do want to speak. Philanthropy has a role in this, but I mean, these are endemic issues that probably need process improvement, and it seems like within our budgets we could figure out how to do that, like we do for people in all kinds of needs. So,
Trustee Bradley, didn't you not ask, do we have any mechanism we can work in the university? That's what your question was, really?
that's my question. I mean, $300,000 for 160 people is $2,000 a student. That's
I think that was your
philanthropy is very important, but it seems like we also ought to, just as the VA and others have done, say,
Yes.
we're going to fix homelessness for our population. That seems like something we should be able to do within our own budgets.
That's what I thought. We have plenty big budget, and that's what he was asking.
Okay, but we have a real need real short here, and we've got a March, what's the?
March 31st.
March 31st date. So if we put our challenge in there, matching the Corey challenge, I think we'll get more donors.
I just wanted to clarify that any contributions that would be made would go through the UCF Foundation. So I'm happy to coordinate that activity along with Kyler, Mike Morseberger, and our colleagues in the foundation.
But we'll write on there the Kyler Board Challenge.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I just have several announcements, but I'll do them fast. There's a scheduled teleconference between Board of Trustees on your calendars, March 19th. Board Relations Office will confirm this meeting in the weeks ahead. Board of Governors' new trustee orientation is scheduled for March 24th. And guess what? Trustee Conti, you get to go to that, even though, yes.
Where was that? I was
When you're
picking
re-upped,
something
you go too, as if you're new.
New trustee Conti.
And so the Board of Governors meeting will be the second day, March 25th. Location for both meetings is University of South Florida. Oh, was I not supposed to say that? Oh. HEB's 2020 National Conference on Trusteeship will be held from April 5th to 7th in Washington, D.C. I encourage all trustees to attend. Board Relations Office can assist you with questions you might have about the conference. Next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is April 23rd at the Rosen College of Hospitality Management. And for our new trustees and all our trustees, tours of the Rosen College will be available on that date. Any staff member of the Board Relations Office can help arrange a tour. Finally, the dates for spring commencement are April 30th through May 2nd. So we'll now move to our final agenda item, the trustee working lunch, where our major topic will be the new budget model, but remember also we have to get through the rest of the board issues. We'll reconvene in Ballroom C. Staff outside will guide you along, and there will be audience seating. Trustee Walsh.
It's quite, way too much time on Bridge, but I did get an update. Bridge did receive its first $900,000 milestone payment from the DOD this morning on a 2 contract. So
And how did IMAC feel about?
that dialogue continues. So they've
Okay.
got the ball in their court to give a proposal on deferral. So
Okay, great.
That's
Thanks.
good news.
All right, thank you, everyone, and see you over at lunch.
So we're coming back next